Hi folks, welcome to Elmendorf Acres. We are live in the sugar house today. Once again, we've been live a few times over the last week, I guess. Just getting ready to light the evaporator up. I just opened the stack. It's been raining overnight, so wanted to make sure as little water got in there as possible. Got some nice dry wood here. Of course, the paper's not real dry, but the wood's dry. Yeah. I actually cleaned the front pan. Had a lot of niter build up in the front pan, even after just 2 boils, so I did clean that. Let it sit with some vinegar and flushed it all out this morning, so that's why the late start this morning, unfortunately. Got our bottler over here warming up a little bit. We've got a few gallons in there that we boiled down the other day. Kind of a cold, rainy Saturday today. We do have syrup for sale at the sugar house. If you're in the area and want to stop in with your kids, be happy to give a tour. And we'll be kind of wandering around the sugar house over the course of the day and explaining how everything works as best I can. Froze a little bit, so my fire extinguisher got a little cold, so I'm just warming that back up near the fire right now. We use pressurized water fire extinguishers here. I've got a couple dry chems if I need it. I prefer the pressurized water because I can discharge that in here without having to dump everything out. The dry chem, the chemical that they use gets in everything and it just gets nasty. So we'd have to dump all our hard work out. We don't want that. As you might see if you watched the other day, today we've got it set up on this side to draw off on the left side of the evaporator. It's going to take a little bit to get everything warmed up and settled in, including a little while for me to get settled in. Takes us a few minutes to just do everything that needs to be done. I'll give you a walk around tour here as soon as I can. Usually within about a minute, within about 5 minutes of starting the evaporator, we have a small little bit of steam going. We're going to shoot for that again today. Hopefully that's the way it works. We are going to be bottling here today. We've got a table out by the road with stuff for sale. If you happen to stop by, I've got some of our tapping tools right here in the sugar house. So if you come by with your kids, I can show them some of the tools that we have and exactly how everything works. So unfortunately, we will not be going in the woods today just because I'm single-handed here at the sugar house and it's a nasty day to be in the woods. And I will say it's pretty chilly out here. We've actually got ice in the back pan, so it's already almost melted. That'll melt quickly though. What I did at the end of the other, whenever the last boil was, I let everything cool down and I drained the whole front pan. All the syrup that was in the front pan I pulled off, and we let that sit for a couple days while I had the front pan soaking in vinegar. And we've just washed all that back out, cleaned it all out, and now we're ready to go again. our normal little bit of cleanup here before things really get going. After I light that fire, I tend to let it sit for 4 or 5 minutes before I do anything with it. I build a nice kind of stack everything crossways. That way we get a lot of flames up in there as fast as we can, get things going as fast as we can. So that's what I've done this morning. That's what we're going for. Alright. Let's see here. Hopefully my kids will show up here shortly and start giving me some firewood. We've got just the first little touch of steam rolling off the front pan and the first little touch rolling off the back pan. It looks like we've been live for 7 minutes, which means in our first 5 minutes we have a little bit of steam, which is good. It takes a while for these evaporators to actually build up the heat. If you've been with us before, you know that they get so hot that the door actually will glow. So, well over 1,000 degrees. I've got a little thermometer that goes to 999, and it gets to that point at about here, and then as I come in here to the door, it just reads high. Today we are burning mostly pine. I think we got a little hemlock mixed in somewhere, but not what's in the sugar house right now. So, there we are. All right. You can see maybe we've got, hopefully you can see we've got a little bit of steam coming up right here. Just starting. And we've got a little bit coming out of the top of the main back pan as well. So I've got a lot of adjustments to make. We reversed the flow in this evaporator this morning. So the last 2 times we boiled, the raw sap was dumping in the front right side of this the back pan here. Today, it's coming in on the front left side of the back pan, works its way all the way through, and then as it gets here to the front pan, the syrup pan, it's actually dumping in on the right side, and we're going to draw off over here on the left side. So that's some of what's going on. There's some tweaks and adjustments that need to be made now because I did that. So if I don't say too much for the first few minutes, I apologize. Just trying to get things all running the way they're supposed to be running, and it usually takes a few minutes to make all that happen. Our sugar content today is right about 2%, which is decent. That's kind of where we expect it to be. I'd like to see a little bit higher, but that's where we are. So I think that puts us, I'd have to actually do the math, but I think that puts us about 43 gallons of sap to 1 gallon of syrup. A 2x6 liter arch, and that's where the fire is. And then we use Small Brothers raised flue pans. We've got a 2x4 evaporator pan and a 2x2 syrup pan. We've got syrup here in the sap house, and that is for sale if you happen to stop by.
I know it's going.
Yep, it's going.
It's going. Katie said it wasn't.
It's going.
Because he didn't see the steam coming out there.
Oh, the steam's not really coming out yet? That's true. Just starting to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just starting to. All right.
Because there's not too not enough fire.
Not enough fire yet? No, there's some fire. It's just not quite hot enough yet. There we are. All right, we got a little more steam here coming off the front pan now, which is good. A little bit of steam rolling around in the back pan. Starting to warm things up. Also good. You might see we've got our Orlon filter up there just warming up a little bit. And then once the condensation starts running off, we'll do a wash in that. That's that nice hot water that this thing produces as condensation rolls off this machine, basically, because it is essentially a machine. What's up, Katie? Want to see? You guys gonna bring me more firewood?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
And I'm just hanging out in here.
You're just hanging out over there?
Since I don't have anything on but a shirt.
Oh, you should put a jacket on.
I'm not cold.
You're not cold.
That's something that's warm.
Oh, you're next to something that's warm? Oh, because that's heating up over there? Yeah, we've got our bottler over on our workbench, heating up. That's got a few gallons of syrup in it from the other day. Honestly, hopefully more than a few. We'll have to see. That stuff was, our first run of the year was very, very light. One of the lightest I've ever seen.
Yep. We can make tea over here, but
can make
not
tea over there.
enough. We can't make tea over here, but we can make it. Oh yeah.
Are they running yet?
Yep, they are. They're
Just
going,
starting to?
Yep.
Okay.
This one's going better.
Oh, just going better.
Compared to this one got barely any. Got 3 pieces of wood. What's that? That's okay. Is there any spot I can sit in here?
Nope. There is not.
I couldn't sit here.
No. Can't. There's hot stuff there.
I just
Just making some adjustments to.
I don't want. Yes, just started to go.
Float box on the syrup side.
See that it's going?
It's wanting to run in a little faster than we want it to, so.
Okay. It's not going well, right, Daniel?
Better? Again, the first 15 minutes or so, there's a lot of adjustment that needs to be made. So as we try to explain what's going on as best I can, but it doesn't always happen that way. It is raining today, so the evaporation rate won't be quite as good as we have on nice, cool, clear days, but it will be better than no evaporation at all. Not ready to
What's that?
turn it on. What?
What's that?
Stop running in.
Oh, what did I want? Daddy, I see smoke. All the way up there.
It's steam, right? Not smoke?
Smoke.
It's steam.
Mommy said no.
No what?
No tea.
Oh.
That's good enough.
If you have any questions, if you comment on this video, it comes across the bottom of the screen, and I can answer some questions. We're just, like I said, we're just starting the boil for the day. Once this is up and running, it takes about an hour to really hit its efficiency. There's a lot of fire brick. Takes a long time to get warm. I can start evaporating right away, and it works right away. But to really hit that nice heat where everything is. Daniel, I know it's going good, but when we actually hit that nice heat where everything is evaporating nicely, takes a little while. We're bottling over on the other side here. We're bringing that up. That needs to be brought up to about 185 degrees. Actually, not about. We bottle at about 188 to be exact. And that keeps everything sealed nicely. So over on the workbench, that's what I'm doing over here. Got a good boil in the back going.
This is not flat.
Hey, nope. No chairs. Okay? I gotta be able to walk around so we can't have chairs.
Where the spot is the paint on? How will we watch the paint on?
And you'll get Jackson and tell him I need firewood? Or are you gonna bring firewood in? No. Here. Can't have chairs in here. I need to move around right now.
We need it more organized, right? We need it more organized, right, Daddy? Because there's not much place to go.
Go through a lot of wood doing this. I brought down a couple more cords yesterday.
Can't find my jacket. I have a sweater on.
Now, if you've been watching for a couple minutes, you can hear that we've got a slightly different sound going now. We're actually seeing some evaporation. It's making some noise. We've been on for 19 minutes. There we go. All right. What I have is several different 5-gallon buckets that are all food grade, and they're catching the condensation that's running. I'll bring you over here and show them in a minute to you. Need more wood there, buddy boy. throw a little wood on this and I'll give you a quick tour around. Show you what we've got going on here. We open the evaporator door. I only want it open for a few seconds because it loses heat otherwise. So if we can do it kind of quickly, that helps.
One fell out.
Yes, it did.
I saw steam on it.
Some smoke on it, I think.
Why does it always make that noise?
Because it squeaks. Right?
But when you open it, it makes a loud noise.
Yeah.
When you slam it, it doesn't.
We're going to empty that whole first tote first, all right?
One,
I want to close this, yep.
this whole coat.
Okay. Oh, we got a nice little bit of steam coming off. Let's give you a tour around the sugar house here. Apologize for the camera shaking. There we go. That's a little tripod in the corner where we film from. We've got our, that was a little bit of firewood that got wet in the rain the other day, so I stacked that up. One wheelbarrow, second wheelbarrow we pull from. Pressurized water fire extinguisher. Good thing to have. This is our front pan. It's a little hard to see in there with the steam. But essentially how it works is it's divided into 4. So it runs in on this side here, comes forward, back, forward, and back. By the time it gets over to here, this is where we're drawing off. Now this is my cheater stick, I like to call it. And what I have is I've got a little notch cut in it. That way I can glance in there and see exactly where that syrup level is. Now Daniel's in here with me. So what we have here is our thermometer. Now this thermometer is a little bit weird. 0 is boiling water, 7 degrees where we're technically at syrup. So it's an unusual thermometer, but that's where we're at syrup as long as this is calibrated properly. I calibrate this, but then we actually go off a hydrometer because during the day, as the pressures change, as the weather changes, whether it's a clear, cold day or a warm, rainy day like we had a couple days ago when we were boiling, the evaporation rate changes, and believe it or not, the boiling point of water changes. It's something we don't really notice inside in our stove, but that is definitely something that happens. Now let me open our side door here. This is the back pan. This is where the majority of the evaporation happens. You can see that rolling all the way across. I'll take a quick side step over here so we can look at our bottler. So this is a Smoky Lake maple filter bottler. There's a nice flat filter on top, and then we use this as our bottler. This is a steam tray at the bottom here. So this part down here is a steam tray. This is propane fired. You can get electric or propane fired. We did propane. It's much easier that we can kind of take it wherever we want. I'm waiting for this thermometer to get up just past 185, and then we can start bottling what we made a couple days ago. Now, this bottle's a little dirty, I guess. Let me go with a different one. There we go. That's what we made a couple days ago. So a real nice light syrup. Those are usually folks buy those for gifts. We've got 2 sizes of them, the smaller and the larger. Otherwise, we will do mason jars. This is the back of the sugar house looking out to where we were before. Back view of the evaporator. I'm gonna have to put this phone down in a second to feed the stove again. That's just a heat shield I put in. This is a 10-inch stainless steel chimney. Now our chimney is 12 feet tall. Let me put the phone down just for a minute. If you'll excuse me, I gotta throw some wood on the fire again. Every few minutes, we've got to get wood on the fire. That way it continues to evaporate at a good rate. I don't really want to lose my evaporation rate.
Oh,
you have it.
down.
It's already going down. Yeah.
Definitely chugs them down.
If you haven't done so already, please subscribe to our channel. I appreciate that. We do mostly landscaping work. If you're local, you're probably aware of that. But this is definitely our fun, been in the family for a long time tradition here that we enjoy every late winter. So we took it from a very small operation to actually buying the evaporator that we have now. There we go. Let's continue on the tour, shall we? How much for 4 mason jars? 4 mason jars we've been selling for, I think, 105. I've got to look. Hang on, let me look over here quick. I've got a little pricing sheet. Yeah, 4 mason jars is 105. So anyway, this is our preheat hood. The raw sap comes in here in this top pipe from behind the building, and it goes in past this top fitting. Goes through here, and that's coming in today fairly cold. We had ice in the bucket, so I would say somewhere in that 33, 34 range. And it zigzags back and forth, back and forth, back and forth inside this rectangular part of the hood. It then comes out down here. And right there, it then comes up through the bottom of this pan. And you can actually see it running in. You can hear it running in. That's sap running in right now. So that's how fast we are evaporating. Going pretty good. Daniel says very fast. But that makes a huge difference. The preheat hood makes an amazing difference. Rather than our sap going in at anywhere from 33 to 40 degrees, it's going in, I haven't measured it yet today. It's not quite up to temperature yet. But the other day it was running in at about 170 degrees. So that makes a massive difference when you can dump sap in these evaporators at 170 degrees rather than 40 degrees or 35 degrees. So this is the float box for our sap. It's automated, all mechanically automated though. This is a simple float with wing nut on the top, and we adjust that. And what happens is our pipe comes up like this from the bottom, and there's a little plunger that basically goes inside of it. And this float does this as the levels in the pan drop. So if I take the float and I pull up on it, you can see that it stops flowing into the back. And if I let it go, it starts flowing again. So it's a very simple mechanical process. The front pan works the exact same way. We've got a cheater sight glass here. We want to be between these two marks. And later in the season it gets, the darker the stuff in the sight glass gets. So early on it was very clear because we had not boiled anything down yet. The later in the season, the sweeter the back pan gets. And then we have a simple boiler valve here that comes over. Another float box for the front for the syrup. And again, this is the syrup pan. Anything that you see leaking off the side here, this is condensation. So this piece of PEX tubing here is condensation. And that is also part of our evaporation rate. So we don't just see steam, we see this condensation. This machine, this particular setup now goes for at least 12,000, if not 15,000. So it's a pretty hefty setup at this point. This is another condensation point. This one's a little bit different. This one actually runs a U groove all the way through around the whole outside of this hood and it comes this way. The one on the other side has an inverted V and it catches any of the condensation off of the preheat hood of those pipes. I'm gonna put this here again. There we go, sorry about that. Whoops. 3 or 4 things going on in here. Gotta throw a little more wood on, and then we're probably gonna do some bottling. Our syrup in the bottler is up to 182. We need it past 185 before we can start bottling. We're doing some more decorative glasses today, that light fancy syrup stuff there. The light and fancy, people like for gifts. A lot of times we'll do the medium, the dark, and the very dark in the quart jars. I prefer the dark syrup. I think it has more of a maple flavor. The lighter syrup is very good. It doesn't have, in my mind, quite as much of the maple flavor. But that is very much personal preference. The light syrup is a premium. We didn't even have any last year, so. One thing we started doing, I think 2 years ago, is we started doing some cinnamon maple syrup, where we hot bottle a cinnamon stick straight into the bottle. I will say, I'm very much a purist with maple syrup, but that is absolutely delicious. Let's see how much wood we got going into this thing right now.
It does chunk down. A coal. It always chunks down.
Yep. Are you in Maine? No, we're in Olive Bridge, New York, so we're in the Hudson Valley. About 30 minutes to the west of Kingston. Everybody talks about Vermont maple syrup. The last numbers that I've seen are New York is behind Vermont, but only slightly as far as maple syrup production. And I would imagine some of that just has to do with population. We've got areas around here where there's thousands upon thousands of sugar maples, and they're either on state land where you can't touch it, or they've been bought up with folks from the city with private estates that won't allow you to tap on their land. So we have transitioned from the old 7/16 spiles to now 5/16 spiles. It's a smaller hole. We still, from what we can tell, we are still getting the same, or at least a similar amount of syrup, of sap from those smaller spiles, and the trees heal up faster. So there's been a lot of research done over the last few years on what we can do to be good stewards. I would say, the way to put it, what we can do to be good stewards. And one of the things they did was they lowered that tap size, and the tree does heal quite a bit faster. What I do in here is when I'm getting ready to bottle, I actually will put the glass up on top of the hood, and that brings it from the 40 degrees that it's at right now up to over 100 degrees, which then gives us a hot bottle that we're going into rather than a cold bottle, which is very important. Syrup needs to be bottled at 185 to 190 to make sure that it's sealed properly. It's all hot bottled. So we do that. We've got some big glasses, we've got some smaller glasses. I should have put these up here before, I just slipped my mind. Especially the decorative glass. There's a lot of glass in these. These are pricey bottles. There's a lot of glass in them, and they cool down quickly. Well, we try making blueberry syrup. That's an interesting one. I've never tried it. I would have to look at how they do it. A lot of the syrups basically are maple syrup, which then have a syrup of another kind mixed in. So that's what I liked about the cinnamon that we did, is we were able to just put a cinnamon stick in it. And that really worked nice. By putting the cinnamon stick in it, we're not adding anything other than the natural maple syrup along with the cinnamon stick. I'm just getting our bottling set up over here ready. I'm ready to go. So the bourbon barrel aged syrups, those have been very popular recently. A lot of people doing that. But again, that's, I don't know, I'm a purist. So, we did try something different last year. We took cloves of fresh garlic and we hot bottled syrup with fresh garlic, which, if you like garlic, it might sound interesting. If you don't like garlic, it probably sounds gross. It was quite tasty as a marinade. We tried that last year. Like I said, good as a marinade. What else did we do? We tried some with sriracha. No, Szechuan. We tried some with Szechuan peppers in it. I actually have one from last year here. It's a little dusty, but bring it over to the camera. So we tried this last year. You can actually see we've got the pepper right in it. Sorry, it's not a great picture, but the pepper was right in it. And that was tasty on chicken. So if you got grilled chicken, you drizzle a little bit of this on there. That was actually really tasty. I enjoyed that a lot. People who came over to our house enjoyed that a lot. Throw the wood back on again. If I can find my gloves. No, not those gloves. We do occasionally use a defoaming agent. Basically what will happen is when this is boiling, the whole thing will foam up like a giant soap bubble. If you take, amazingly enough, one single drip of vegetable oil in the back pan, it stops all the foam and it helps the evaporation rate and keeps things from spilling over. What's that thermometer at, bud? That one. No, it's below. Right. See how it goes all the way around? Yeah. want it right where it is. That way I can bottle in a minute once the bottles get warm.
That's a big one.
So we don't do reverse osmosis at all. A lot of the larger producers do it. I understand why. It's a huge time saver. Daniel, no. But we don't do it that way. Paul's a little old-fashioned, I guess. Oftentimes you can buy syrup significantly cheaper from a large producer. So when you go to a farm stand or something like that, it's going to be a small producer. They're going to charge more for it. That's normal, I would say. Look at the amount of work that it takes to do it. It's not surprising that they charge more for it. We charge more for the decorative glass. The glass is really expensive. Last time I checked, these larger maples cost us between $3 and $4 a glass. So buying it like that is really nice for a gift, but if you're consuming it, then I would buy it by the quart, which is the way we use it. We use it right out of the mason jar, actually. So we have the decorative glasses. We probably sell 50 or 60 of them a year. But most of what we sell is the quart jars. People will buy the decorative as a Christmas gift or bring it to somebody out of state, something like that. Housewarming gift, etc. A buddy of mine actually does them, the very small bottles, as wedding favors. And those are nice. People enjoy those. So rather than a tour around the evaporator at 11 o'clock here, we're going to step on over to the bottling station. As soon as that's warmed up, we're going to do a little bottling. We filter off the evaporator. We've got a pre-filter that the sap goes through, which is just a simple, that's a very simple filter. You can use that. If you're doing that in your house, that can be anything. That can be a kitchen towel, whatever. But for us, it's just a simple filter to make sure that there's no bark or anything like that in there. Keeps things cleaner. When it comes off the evaporator itself, it goes through 5 filters, either 5 or 6. We use 4 or 5 pre-filters, and then we use a very heavy filter after that, and that gets all that niter out, which is what gives you the more clear syrup. Yeah. Starting to warm up. Takes a little while. Almost. Back here by the stack a little bit, get a little heat on them. Good. So like I said, we did hot bottled garlic syrup last year, which again everybody thought was weird, but we still have some. I don't know that we'll do any this year. We can always reheat, hot bottle our own if we wanted a quart or 2 of it. It was good on chicken, really good on chicken, and nice as a bit of a marinade too. If you're grilling, drizzle a little bit of that on just before you're done. You don't want to put the syrup on too soon because it'll burn on the grill, but it was quite tasty that way. The Szechuan was the same thing. We used that on chicken wings, drumsticks, things like that. So you can see we've got a pretty good steam going here. Things are rolling well. I'm going to grab the phone and bring it over to the bottling station so you can see how we do that. No, I'm just going to move the, sorry for moving the tripod here. Trying to bring you over to where we are. There we go. So this is our bottling station, fairly simple. Put it right into one of the filters. I don't think it would actually add any flavor if you just dump blueberries in the filter. You probably have to mash them up somehow. I would say you'd have to mash them up and boil them or blanch them, something like that, for it to really work well. So this is our Smoky Lake bottler. That's a steam bottler. Underneath here is a whole steam tray, a little bit of propane fire, just waiting for it to get about gain another degree here, and then we're ready to bottle. So it's just about there. Steam coming off the top. That's all good. All right, we're 189.5, so I'm going to run with that and turn the heat down. And I do wear a work glove when I'm doing this because, as you might imagine, this gets really hot. So. We want these to be bottled as quickly as we can. So we do one, we bottle one, and cap it. We do one, we cap it. Turn it over real quick just to make sure everything is fully sealed all the way. And there we go. That's one fresh, hot off the press. Well, you can kind of see where we are here, I guess. Do the best I can. This bottler came with something basically equivalent to a coffee valve, if that makes sense. I did not like that, so we ordered a stainless steel quarter turn with a special bottle filling spout, especially for these little jars. It works well. Now, interestingly enough, you'll see we're filling this up all the way. As it cools, it will actually drop down a bit. That happened the other day where I filled it up all the way and it cooled down just a little bit. Let's see, how's our syrups compare? So, a little bit different. See that? You've got a slightly darker and a very, very light syrup here. So our first run of the year was extremely light, the lightest I have ever dealt with, actually. A lot of times Abby helps me with the bottling. She's inside taking care of the children. I don't know if I turn that last one over. There we go. We'll get Jackson and Daniel out here with me. The other ones are inside. So having a hot bottle really makes a big difference. If you're going to do some backyard hobby type maple syrup at home, you're going to want to make sure you bottle between 185 and 190. When you're bottling in that area, that will make sure you don't have any mold grow. If you bring it back up over, let's say 200, I just got to check the other side of the evaporator quick. If you bring it up over 200, after you've filtered, it will start creating that sugar sand or that niter again. So you don't want to bring it up that high again if you're going for a real clear syrup. If you don't care and it's at your house, you know, you're not giving them away to anybody, anything like that, or they just don't care either way, you can filter through. My grandfather used to do it through a clean cotton t-shirt. You buy a brand new one, he'd wash it by hand without any of the tides or anything like that. That one we got a little drips on. Yep. Let's put something underneath that. Got my coffee cup here to catch whatever syrup drips out. So my grandfather used to do it that way. It worked really well. It would get any of the larger stuff out of it that would manage to get in there while it was boiling. In the house, it's a lot cleaner, but when you're boiling outside, there's dust and bark and whatnot flying around. So try to avoid that wherever possible. So if you do that with that type of filter inside, it works well. And you can let it just settle a little bit. That's what we've done in the past. We let it settle. You'll have a little bit of settling on the bottom, but there's nothing wrong with that. It is all natural. Now that we are actually selling it, we do extra filtering, and you know, people want a nice clear syrup. I don't blame them. You're paying for it. So I understand that completely. These are our bigger bottles. There we go. Turn it upside down, but those are the bigger bottles. Really nice. Let's see. I'm actually monitoring this syrup really closely. That's why I popped the top quick. I want to steam it down just a touch. Because it hit 190. I don't want it to build up that niter again, so that was the reasoning behind opening it up. I let a little bit of steam out of the back of the steam tray, and I'm going to put some wood back on this evaporator and slow it down.
You want me to bring this water outside? You want me to bring that water?
Nope. I need the water, right? You know that.
Of course. You need it.
Yep. So we get distilled water off the hood, the preheat hood. And that's great for cleaning whatever needs to be cleaned. So yeah, bud. So if you happen to be in the area, and if you stop in with your kids today, we're going to give them, a few of them kicking around here somewhere. Just take a, if you happen to stop in with your kids today, we're going to give them a little jar of maple syrup. So we'll give them a tour of the evaporator. I'll do my best to explain how things work, why we do things the way we do it, and they'll get a little take-home gift, courtesy of us here. No charge for that. Just like to see kids interested in doing things outside. That's an important one to me. It's important to Abby as well, so we're going to do that today. We don't often open the sugar house for whoever wants to be here, but today seemed like a good day to do it. First weekend of March. Gotta get the kids outside a little bit, away from the computer, tablet, phone, whatever it is that they have. Hey, made a mess. And that's why we wear gloves, because I just took syrup and dumped it all over my hand. Which would really, really hurt if it wasn't a glove. Hurt enough as it was, but would really hurt if we didn't have a glove on. Like I was saying about the distilled water that we can clean with, we got distilled water right here, running off the evaporator, so I can clean up the mess that I just made on this nice glass. There we go. Put it upside down so it seals. Yeah, we're always making a mess here, though. By the time we're all done for the year, it's pretty sticky out here. I do the best I can to keep it sticky free. But we always manage to spill something somehow. There we go. Clean that up. So I got a coffee cup that I put under the spout just to catch any of the drips. And that's a fun little way to get some samples out of it too. How much do we make a season? So last year we made just under 60 gallons. This year is looking to be a subpar year. We've got some very warm temperature coming up here. Unfortunately, but that's just part of what we've got going on. I mean, this is entirely based off of what the weather does. So we want to see those freezing nights. We want to see those warmer days. My trees do really well. Everybody's a little bit different. My trees do well at 24 to 25 at night, 38 and sunny during the day. That's, my trees are the happiest when we're there. Sounds funny, but I mean that's really the truth. It's rainy today. We've had a good hard freeze. I think we'll do all right over the next couple days. caps here somewhere. Where did I put them? Up here, there. So successful maple season requires the right weather. And my trees are also happier when there's snow on the ground, and there was not a whole lot of that this year. Those over there. So this is done, this maple syrup stuff is done everywhere by everyone, it seems like. You got a nice backyard with some trees, you can do it yourself. Some of my customers do it with their kids. We've just happened to take it to a whole nother level here. Started as a hobby and kind of grew from there. Our goal basically is to sell enough to recoup the expenses. The evaporator lasts for quite a while, so that's a one-time, more of a one-time expense. The tubing you end up replacing once in a while. Deer get into it, squirrels get into it, things like that. Let me throw some wood on the fire again. We're always adding more tubing, we're always adding stuff. Every year it seems like we add something. The Smoky Lake bottler that you're seeing me use now was about halfway through last season we added that. Or early on in last season maybe, I don't quite remember. But that was a great addition. I'm so happy we did that. But there's a lot of smaller producers, a little bit like us, where they produce 50, 100, maybe 150 gallons in a year. And what they'll do is they'll go up to the larger producers and sell their syrup to them. So the larger producer, we can bring it to them. They'll say, you know, hey, we want to buy 100 gallons, whatever the case may be. They bring it, they test it, they make sure everything is good. They want to know a lot about how we operate things. But you can, we can sell to them. So that's a nice option. If you end up having too much, you can't get rid of it. We do okay. A lot of our neighbors actually buy from us. And over the years I've been chatting with folks and said, you know, if you're going to buy it from other stores, farm stands, whatever the case may be, why don't you see if your neighbor has something to sell? So that's become a popular way to go. You know, it used to be where you were willing to spend 20 bucks for it in the store, but you were upset when your neighbor was charging 15. That mentality has changed a little bit, which is helpful. I think people are starting to realize the value of homegrown a little bit more. I mean, we buy our beef from from a local family farm. And it's a touch more expensive than going to the store. I think it's better. And I would rather support my neighbor than buying it from the big store. So, a little off subject there, but that's a little bit on the pricing side of things. More with it. Basically the kid's job to keep the wood piling here going. Alright, sorry about that, mail showed up. Give the boy some syrup. Yeah, he loves it. They make their own, so they have 3 trees that they tap. The 3 older kids have 3 trees that they tap. That's actually boiling inside our house right now. Huh? Okay. So they're boiling inside the house, which is great because then they're making their own syrup. They're learning about it kind of the old school way, the start small way, the way that we started out here. I did that for a year or 2, then I built out an evaporator, and now we've got this monstrosity. Part of a group on Facebook, Backyard Maple Sugar Producer or something like that. It's kind of a, the guys try to help each other, guys and gals try to help each other out a little bit where they can when they've got questions, things like that. So that's been a nice thing to be a part of. And it's fun to see anything from a small setup all the way to a big setup. So, just trying to prep things over here. We've got syrup getting ready to come off, actually, the evaporator. I kind of lost track of time. I was watching this and totally spaced out on what I'm actually supposed to be doing, which is producing syrup. We use a hydrometer for that. Here, I'll turn the camera a little bit. There we go. That's a little better. You can see where this bucket is right here. That's where we draw off. I gotta keep the camera a little bit out of the way just so I can move around. We use the Orlon filter, just putting the pre-filters together now. If you've never filtered syrup, you want to do it hot. And you want your pre-filters to be wet so that it goes through better. So I will often set these up to let steam run through them. And that's how we get these filters wet, is we let that steam roll through. It makes a huge difference. Huge difference for the way everything works. Kind of lost track of time. With the cleaning that we did yesterday, I am reversing the flow. Things are a little bit backed up, so we're going to have I would imagine imagine, a fairly serious draw off coming with this first batch here. My first day boiling this year, we did a nice long draw. I went to dump it in the bottler, and I promptly spilled half a gallon of finished syrup all over the floor. So that was a rather upsetting morning when that happened, as you might imagine. All right. So thank you for watching. I am going to try to do a little tour here in a minute, in between getting wood in the fire and drawing off, which is going to happen here in a minute. What's up, bud? No, I'd rather not be able to. One of the ways we used to do it was called a drip test on a spoon, and that would tell me when my syrup was basically ready. Now that we actually sell, we use the hydrometer. Do it the official way, the approved way, to prove that it's really syrup. Now, that is, as you can see, smoking hot. Steam going through there. So these are the pre-filters. There's 4 of them in this batch. And then the Orlon filter, which is this guy here. You can use wood or Orlon, either one. This is that clean condensate running off the hood. Warms up my test cup plus my hydrometer. So what we want to do, let me grab my clips here so I don't break anything. I usually keep a couple stainless steel clips right in my draw-off area. That way, like I said, the hydrometer there and not break it. So this is supposed to be tested at 211 degrees, which is basically what it is by the time you draw it off. You put your hydrometer in, and this upper level is 59 bricks. You can see it's not quite there yet. Where is that at? Looks like on camera we're at 56. So we've got a little ways to go, but we're getting there. And you've got a cold temperature. That lower red mark, you can test it at 60 degrees, and that will then tell you where it's at basically a room temperature. It is very, very close to syrup, so I'm going to do a second test here. I'm just going to adjust a few things, make it a little bit easier for my working area. There we go. As this runs across, it pushes the sap from this side to come out as syrup on this side. And what we've done with reversing the flow today, we've changed how all that works. So sometimes I'll do a second draw just to help pull things through. And that's still at 56. So we've got a little ways to go. Yeah. So we've got a little ways before it draws. So I'll give you the grand tour of how everything works. Throw some more wood on, and then grab the phone, and we'll run with that. Where's my? There we go. I just keep the top of a 5-gallon pail on that to keep the heat in. This is starting to cool back down. We've still got a substantial amount of syrup in there, but I was waiting on a couple bottles to warm up so that we could do another session. lots of other videos on the channel. I've got some tool reviews that we do. We do landscaping, tree work, things like that. We've got, I think, about 100 regular videos on there. A bunch of shorts for entertainment purposes, basically. Check those out. If you haven't hit a thumbs up or a subscribe, I would appreciate it if you did. It doesn't cost anything to do that. And it helps us. All right, let's give you the tour around the sugar house. So this is what you've been seeing. This is our draw off side today. That's condensate, and I've got that dripping into the test cup right now, along with a hydrometer in there. Keeping them warm is very important. That helps keep our tests accurate. Oh, here, you want to hold this for a second? Get my lighter. Bring this syrup back up to temperature. Drop it a little bit. We're at 181. We want to bring it up to close to 190. So, this is the main evaporator pan. Boiling along quite well. And what you can't really see, I don't think you can. There's a pipe that comes in here in that front and dumps in that front corner. So that's where the fresh sap is coming in right now. It runs in zigzags through the pan. Goes through the whole pan, and then it comes out through this valve here into the front float box. And you can see it running in slowly. Get you see a little bit. We've got the front covered right now. This is our syrup pan. Comes in over here as basically really sweet sap and works its way across till it gets over here, and that's where it becomes syrup. Now once we've got these bubbles, these glassy, more glassy looking bubbles, you can kind of see them in there just starting. It's getting really close to syrup. Whenever we do finally draw off this front pan, it's going to be a large first draw of the day. We've been going for close to an hour and a half and haven't drawn yet. So it'll be a good draw when we finally do. The sap comes in through that copper pipe from outside. Comes through this upper pipe here into our preheat hood. When it hits the preheat hood, there's a whole series of copper pipes in there that zigzag back and forth. They then come out through this lower pipe. They come down and then up. And it comes in basically in a pipe like this in here. You can see it coming in. That circle has a gasket inside it. As the level in the pan increases, as it gets higher, it lifts the float and it stops. As it lowers, it then mechanically lets more sap in. So it's a very simple mechanical float. It's how it works. We've got a sight glass there. You can see two marks, two lines, and where the sap is right about here. Those two lines are where we want to be. We want to be inside those. The lower line is basically our low end of what we're comfortable with. Lower than that, we could burn the pan. And then the high mark is where we want to not go above because we will lose our efficiency. Now what we have here, this back pipe that comes off, this is an inverted V that sits inside like this of this preheat hood, and it catches any of the condensate that comes off the preheater, and it flows down. Then we switched it off to PEX just so I could make it easier to clean. and that's all the condensate. So that is essentially distilled water. It works great for cleaning out the filters, the sugar sand in the filters. The interesting thing is that is what these two buckets actually are. They looked exactly like that water. What I cleaned out some of the pre-filters in them, and that was the niter or the sugar sand. So it's not dirt, it's not mud. That's just some of the filtered stuff that came out of the syrup as we filtered it through. Now up here we've got our steam going up through the cupola. You can see it's working fairly well today. I've only got one pipe that goes up and pushes it this way, and that was because where this comes down, it was actually hitting that rafter. So we changed it to go this way. The front one raises straight up, and then we have our front hood here. We're preheating some of our glass right on the hood right now. And that's a dropper for vegetable oil. Every now and then we'll drop a vegetable oil drop in this, and that keeps things from foaming up. So I need to spend a little bit of time with the fire to get a good boil going again. So I'll leave this here so you can kind of see some of the activity. Any questions, please ask them. I will do my very best to answer whatever we have. I got one. Fire extinguisher here, a water one. There's a dry chem as well. There's another water one over in the back of the building. This can be rather dangerous. The front of the evaporator often reaches 1,000 degrees, if not more. When we're burning a premium wood, and when I really have this thing running. Stop with it, but I'm trying to fix what's going on here. When I really got this thing running high efficiency, the door glows red. We're not quite there today because I've been bottling and doing everything else and not just evaporating. I want wood from that half tote in here, okay? Yep, the other one. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? I'm gonna grab a drink of water while I'm right here. Every year when we're done, this evaporator gets cleaned. We actually fill it with vinegar and we let it sit with vinegar. It works really well. One of the best cleaning agents we've found for this. Plus, it's a lot more natural than some of the chemicals that get used in some places. Sticky stuff on this. There we go. You were watching before, I overfilled one and spilled it all down my hand. There we go. Just trying to bring the syrup in the bottler back up to proper temperature. And then we can bottle once again. Welcome to the Sugar Shack. We just did a tour through. We're trying to do those at the top and the bottom of the hour. Try to explain everything as best I can for 5 or 10 minutes. We'll do another one right around noon. Just doing a quick wipe down here and clean. Of course, I'll say we're going to do one at noon, and then something will come up, and I won't be able to. But Abby's in here, the kids are in here. Well, Abby's back and forth a little bit, but. Uh-huh. Yeah. Starting to get back up the steps here. Takes a while. The best thing you can do for these evaporators is feed them every 2-3 minutes. Is a full-time job. Steam coming off our bottler here now too. Let's back up to 183. We want to see that all the way up to just about 190. Oh, we're bubbling well again. Good. Somebody slowed down and kept going, so everybody ran out to see what was going on. It can actually look like this building is on fire when you're driving by, because there's steam coming out of the cupola, there's smoke rolling out of the stack, which is expected when you're burning pine and hemlock. Get that smoke. The way these evaporators work is they basically got flues and let the flame to roll right through them. So they're like fingers that hang down, and the flame rolls through these fingers. That way you've got all kinds of surface area. So the more surface area, the better. The faster we can boil, and the faster we can boil, the better. When we're really going, we can run about 40 gallons of sap off an hour, which, if the sugar content is good, that's about 1 gallon of syrup per hour. Now, it's not quite that simple. Before we had even started boiling for the year, I had over 100 hours of work time into the maple season before we made any syrup whatsoever. Just heating some jars up here. You can see we've got steam coming off of this side of the screen. That's our bottler over there. There we go. Daniel's by that. You can see the steam coming out of that. And then we've got steam coming off the actual evaporator as well. always fun for me out here. I enjoy it. Look, you guys, I want him here to read firewood this time.
What is that? What is it? What is that?
So this was actually the valve that came on that bottler to begin with. Simple Tomlinson valve, and you know, just like that. The problem was I just didn't really like the way it worked. Especially with all the hot stuff around, I'd like to see less plastic and more stainless. So we updated that this year. That was one of our upgrades this year. You gotta step back, but this is hot here. So that was one of our upgrades this year. You gotta keep stepping back. Still hot. Go on.
Right here.
A lot of times I will bottle at the end of the day, but we had some left over for when we drew the other night, and I was just tired at the end of the night and decided to bottle today instead. Because it's a lot to organize everything, keep on top of everything, because what will happen is the bottler will be up to temperature, we're ready to do that, and it'll be time to draw again. So, which we're really close on, I think. Do a test on that again. Bottler down. Nope, not yet. That one was just under, but sometimes that holds stuff that's not quite evaporated, right? In that box there, so we'll dump that back in here. We'll see that sometimes we'll push other stuff through that's actually ready. Getting closer, not quite. So we're at 57 bricks, we need to be at 59. Still got a little ways to go. Over an hour and a half. Yeah, I know. Cover that back up. That's all right. That gives us a chance to bottle. Got up the temperature. So it's a little higher. Okay, we got a little bottling to do next. We did a whole bunch of maple leaves already. The nice decorative ones for Christmas, housewarming gifts, what have you. Try to turn the camera so you can kind of see where we are here. Does that work? Bottle, yep. Now you can see where we are. Different bottles here, some of the pancake bottles. Nice gift size as well. Let's do the tops for them. Bottles here, caps here. Bottles are up here, they're nice and warm. Where the bottler was last year was a little bit nicer for bottling, but very hard to get the syrup into it because it was too high. So there we go. Those snap lock rings those one have. And there we go. It's a nice syrup, nice color. These are nice gift basket size. A little bit cheaper than the maple leaf jars. We've actually donated some of the maple leaf jars to a couple different raffles and charity events and whatnot.
I got the ball watch. This thing chucks it down, right?
I had the spout facing the evaporator, but with the kids running around, I didn't want them knocking it. It sits out another 6 inches, and just not a good idea. So had to change our design here a little bit. And then we do the next size up with cinnamon sticks in them. So we'll hot bottle with the cinnamon stick. No child labor laws recognized here. That's right. Kids work as they should. Yeah.
It's still not dark.
Nope. Still basically a light amber. Closing in on medium now.
Okay. Catching cup.
Huh?
Catching cup.
I didn't hear you.
Catching cup.
Oh yeah, yeah. I dribbled some before, so I put the coffee cup under it. There we go. Oh yeah, just put the fire. Swap. The problem is the whole pan is syrup.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't gradiated itself yet until I start drawing it.
Right.
Yeah.
Doing bottles now?
No, I was gonna do the Masons next. Or I could do 12. I could do 12s, I guess. A case of 12s. So that's the lighter syrups. Boy, that's hot. What? Alright. Batch over here ready to go. That's some of what we just did. 3 of the smaller ones. Sorry about that. Hit the camera. Trying to prep more glass so we can get ready to do more canning. But we're just about ready for a draw off as well. So always doing a couple things at once. All this stuff is going into the more decoratives because it was a lighter syrup. It was very syrupy looking. Alright, let's do a test here. Here, I'll switch the camera so you can actually see what I'm doing. At least hopefully. There we go. That's better. Get back. We've got our hydrometer here. And it is well past syrup. So I don't know if you can see that. Let's see if I can get close enough. Where the red line is at fluid level, it's syrup. As you can see, it is now at 62 bricks. It's well past syrup. So we're going to do a long, hard draw up here. Nope. We're going to pull this right through the pan. There's a lot of syrup. We've been going for an hour and a half, closing on 2 hours. Have not had a draw yet. So we're going to do a 10 second, 12 second, 15 second draw, somewhere in there, about like that. We'll let that sit. What that does is that pulls that syrup across the pan. And that's going to finally establish our gradient that we have not had yet. I want to make sure that my float box on this side is actually running in now, because I was making some adjustments on that. Check our cheater stick. Our cheater stick's okay. What it does is it draws this hot sap from the back pan into the front pan. So that's what's happening right now. And what that does is the difference in the density, that sugar pushes it across these pans. So I've got syrup right now in this box, in this divider, judging by the bubbles, also in the second divider. So we've got, I would say, another gallon that needs to be drawn off. Somewhere in there, maybe a little less. Oops. Depends on how things look. Again, this was a cheater stick that we made just so I can look in and make sure that we're not running low at all. Oh, that would affect efficiency. Where's the pancakes? You got to show up and make them. Only I would rather have waffles, I think. So here, let me grab this and show you what the syrup bubbles look like. I can tell you without a test that that is syrup. I don't need to test that at all. We'll still test it. Just like those bubbles there. That is syrup. That is not syrup. It just looks a little different. And then it's flowing in from this side. Flowing in slowly, but it is flowing in. So that's why I said we're adjusting things a little bit. I can push down on this, which will help me basically flood that front a little bit. Our sight glass back here is bouncing about where it needs to be. And we're due for more wood, but I want to finish this draw off before I put more wood on. And the kids left the tarp wide open, so there's cold blowing in. Okay, close the tarp, bud. Damn, close the tarp. Whenever there's cold blowing along the evaporator, I lose efficiency. As I'm sure makes sense to you, but alright. I need the tarp closed. Thank you. Nope. Try to do things here so that we don't waste any of the good stuff. I'll run another test, even though to me it looks like it's still syrup. And yes, still past syrup, which was kind of what we had expected. We went a long time this morning without doing any draw. Figured the front pan was really sweet by the time it would get itself figured out. It's a pretty hefty draw. I'm going to get wood on this fire, get things fired back up again. You might be able to hear that it's actually, the boil is slowed a bit. Can't sit there.
I have to be somewhere else when you're open.
Yeah.
I know it's not maple syrup yet.
What?
I know it's not maple syrup in here.
I don't know. That's the water that's running off, right?
Yes, because it's just water. But the water will turn into syrup.
Alright. That'll come back up to a nice rolling boil very quickly. As soon as that starts pushing some out, we'll take a look at that. Alright, about there. Mason jars. We should be canning mason jars here later today, hopefully. Probably what I just drew off is going to start rolling into the mason jars. My neighbor actually stopped and dropped some of his off from last year, so I've got 4 to fill for him. And he dropped somebody else's off as well because he likes our syrup better, so, which was kind of funny. I like to hear that, but it was kind of funny. So he had jars from them that we are going to be filling. Some of these over to here. So we put these bottles on their sides right after we get done bottling them. It really seals the top. There we go. Puts the hot syrup right against that top for a couple minutes and helps eliminate any potential for mold growth, which can happen. Syrup can get moldy. It's still fine after it does. It is much like honey, where it's one of those superfood type of things where you can keep it for basically forever. I've got some that I bottled in, I think it was 99 or 2000. Still have it. It still looks close to the day it was bottled. Not quite the day it was bottled, but close. It started to develop just a touch of sugar crystals on the bottom, which is not a bad thing. If you do ever have syrup that molds, you can skim the mold off the top. You can actually eat it without reheating it after you skim the mold off the top. Or you can bring it up to a boil and just pour it back in a jar. And that would kill any potential issues with it. Bottling between 185, 192, somewhere in there, basically eliminates the chance of any mold forming, and it seals everything properly. So that's why I'm preheating these bottles, because when you're inside and your house is, 75 degrees in the kitchen when you're working, that's your bottles are already at that temperature. My bottles this morning were outside. And if it was, 33 degrees this morning, they're probably 35 now. So putting them up on that preheat hood makes a big difference in making sure that we have the correct temperature. It's a hot bottle. Here we are. Some nice stuff going on there. This was all syrup that was drawn off on, let's see, I think we boiled last on Thursday. So this would have been drawn off on Thursday. Sometimes we boil the same day, sometimes we can the same day, bottle the same day. Sometimes we'll do it a day or two later based off of how much time we have. And we were running out of time the other night. I was tired and ready to be done. So we just put it in the canner, the bottler, and let it sit. Figured I heated up this morning. Because I did that, it's a touch darker. Every time we reheat it, it gets a little bit darker. So still a really nice medium to light, or a lighter medium, I guess maybe we'll say. Hey, don't touch this. That's really hot. Okay? All right? Don't want to touch that. Get burned. How much are we getting on a daily basis? Not enough. This year, not great. Whoop. This year, we've not done great with it. We've had a lot of issues with the weather this year, which is unfortunate. Very unfortunate, actually. Yesterday we only got 100 gallons. Today we should get more. Tomorrow it should run like crazy, I would think, judging by the weather. So we'll go to church in the morning, we'll boil again tomorrow afternoon. Let's see, the run that we had Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, or something like that, whenever that we had the cold, the warm, that it was just perfect weather. We ended up with about 600 gallons of sap in that one run. It may have even been 800, I don't remember, but I've got 600 sitting here right now, plus whatever is currently running down the hill. So we have a lot sitting here waiting to go. Yeah, I'm glad I got a few boils in as well. It's not been a great year. We'll do a couple of cologne jugs here. There we go. Got a little bit going on right now, so it's a little bit hard to give an actual tour when I'm supposed to be giving a tour. I apologize for that, but sometimes it's how things go. Always a lot going on. So it seems. Hi, Jeremy. Watch it again, huh? Well, we're boiling again. Boiling, bottling. I'm actually going to do another test on this syrup real quick just to see where we are. As a guide, that front pan is fully refilled. So we'll do a draw here and see where we're at. If you remember, we were well over last time. There we go. Now we're way down. Okay, good. Kind of what I thought. It diluted itself nicely, which is exactly what we wanted to have happen. Now it should push itself through much more naturally as it has basically established that gradient in the pan. Good to bottle. Again, we want to bottle between 185, 195. I try to do 189 to 192. That's where we've had good luck. We're still getting a beautiful color. Starting to pick up that slightly heavier maple flavor now, but it's still a light medium. Doesn't have any of that red hue yet. Once you hold it up to the light and it has a red hue, the taste changes quite a bit actually. I prefer that dark red syrup. My grandfather used to call it liquid creosote, but that is what I like to, well, it's my favorite, really. The darker medium stuff is what we usually mix the cinnamon with. You've got enough maple flavor still, but it doesn't overpower the cinnamon either. So that's what we did last year. It worked really well for us. These are 12-ounce pancake bottles, they call them. If that doesn't make you hungry, I don't know what will. We have bottled an awful lot already this morning. I did 6 of the small maples, 6 of the big maples. What else did we do? We did an entire case of the smaller pancakes. We're just about done with a case of the larger pancakes. I'll do all the math once I'm done bottling to see what we ended up with from that. We just had a nice heavy draw 5 or 10 minutes ago. We drew over a gallon off, which is good. The sugar content this morning, I tested what we've got in the nurse tank, and that's at exactly 2%, which should turn out to about 43 gallons to 1. A couple days ago when we were boiling, we had a bunch of ice in the tank. Actually, the first boil we did, we had ice in the tank. And a little bit like Gatorade, the liquid that came out of that tank was very sweet. It left the ice behind. The problem is, as the ice melted, it then diluted the maple syrup that was left, or the maple sap that was left, excuse me. And what happens with that is it then messes with the ratio. So that super light stuff that we had the other day, that was that first part of the boil, and that was part of the reasoning behind that. Back to looking at the steam for a moment. There you go. So you can see it's steaming pretty good. And then we got a nice gallon jar. These are a common gifting one. People like this as a gift. We've only got like 3 of those that we're doing in this color, and then we tend to do the rest with the medium darker. Everybody's got different opinions on what tastes the best. My grandfather used to really like the light stuff. He used to run one batch of dark just because. Then he said it wasn't worth it after that. The sugar content started dropping low. That is giveaways for people that like the darker stuff. A lot has changed over the years. The darker syrup has actually become quite desirable. They changed the grading process. They used to call the darker syrup a grade B syrup, basically for commercial use only. They have changed that to now a grade A syrup. So the darker syrup is still a grade A syrup, which I would agree with. It's still a grade A syrup. It's a great syrup. So that's a good decision, I would say, by them. We still have a lot of syrup in here. That's actually surprising, more than I thought we had. So we had a good haul off of that last batch. Quite a bit more than I thought we did, actually. Sorry for blocking the camera. I just need to move some bottles around so I can continue bottling here. I'm out of room. Doing mason jars next. One of the things you gotta do is after you set these up, you gotta tighten them or you can get a little drip, which I got on that one. I spun it the wrong way. That finished up, and we will get more syrup in. Yeah, 43 to 1 is not too bad. I would much rather see a higher ratio, but I take what we're given. I don't get to make those decisions. The way this year has been, I'm glad that we're boiling it all, quite honestly, because there was a short period of time we were wondering what was going to happen watching the weather. So what I wanted to do was try to keep the stuff we drew up the other day and the stuff we drew up today separate. This is going to be a darker, still a medium, but a darker syrup. Well, I had to get the bottler empty, so that way, as the day progresses, I can empty the draw-off tank into the bottler. So all that will still need to be done. Our ratio of 43 to 1, some of the guys I was talking to said that their ratio has been at 1.90 to 1 this year, which is insane. The other day with the ice that melted in, I think we were at somewhere in the, oh, I forget what it was. 50 to 1, 55 to 1, something like that. Wish all the syrup would go in. Yeah. Well, if you happen to be in the area, you can stop by. I got spoons in here. You can always do a tasting while you're here. You've got kids that are interested. We've got little syrup jugs. These little guys are little 3-ounce syrup jugs. And if there's any kids that show up today, we'll bottle a couple of those up and give them to the kids as we do a tour here. Trying to get younger people interested in the outdoors more and in the way of life that is the Catskill Mountains. So. Oil good now? That's good. I gotta grab an armful of wood. Back up the temperature slowly, which is good. Basically got rocket fuel going in here. This is pine that was cut green. I think it was last spring. So this stuff has been sitting. Actually, funny story, I'm pretty sure this was a couple of the pine trees that we cut in the video where the tractor hood got dented. So it's been sitting for just over a year, and it is basically rocket fuel. It just put this stuff into the evaporator, it takes right off. boiled down, we've got 195 gallons, we've boiled down 70, boiled down 70 gallons so far today. Not a bad start to the day. I believe Abby's coming out with my lunch here shortly. Getting kind of hungry. Just trying to bottle or box up some of the bottles that we did here earlier. Got a little table out by the road. Nobody stopped yet, but we got a table out there. We'll see. Hopefully somebody decides to swing it on by. Buy some syrup today. This is about back up to temperature. Okay. So we're, there we go. Bottling again here. Going into quart jars now. You would think that with a nice big mouth on a mason jar, you wouldn't miss it, but I looked away and managed to run 190-degree syrup down my hand. So got that for the second nice burn of the day. What? Nope.
I knew what the problem, and you had to go all by yourself.
Oh yeah, that's the problem, is I was out here by myself. That is the problem. Oh, the different gloves is dry. Bring it right to there. Top on. Invert it. I let it sit inverted for a minute or two, then I flip it back. Sorry that the camera angle is not great on this. Done pretty good amount of syrup off this. Do not touch, it's hot. Pretty good amount of syrup off this so far. Again, these are going in hot bottles. I've had them sitting on the preheat hood. Helps a lot. Makes a big difference. as soon as I get caught up with bottling and feeding the stove and whatnot. I'm gonna try to get the rest of this particular batch off and out of the bottler. At least most of it, doesn't have to be all of it, but try to get it to where we're not continually heating it up.
On that end, it makes a bigger drip. Big thing. Instead of me touching it. And instead of me eating it.
Gotta move there, bud. Close. Stuff's hot, as you might imagine. It's coming out of this bottler right now at 191.5. So we want to bottle between 185 and 195. I like the 189 to 191 range. Any higher than that, you can build up niter, which is that sugar sand. And any lower than that, you've got a much increased chance for mold growing on the syrup. So we're going into heated bottles, which helps quite a bit. And we're just about out of this. If I tip the bottler slightly, we'll pull another quart out of it. So I'll do that. Get one more. I don't know if you can hear that we're actually losing the boil on the evaporator because I've spent so much time bottling here, but one of the things that has to happen. Yeah, we'll try for another quart. See how close we can get. Worst case is we put it back in. Have enough to wrap this cord up, which is great. Hey, hon, want to bring Michael's jars out when you come back again? It should be in that bag. He said our neighbor dropped jars off for us. He bought a gallon from us last year, and he was buying from somebody else before that. He liked ours so much that he brought the bottles from the other folks to us to refill. So I guess that's a good thing. Means we're doing something right. Bringing you more wood, right?
This thing chunks it down.
Chunks it down. It likes wood, doesn't it?
Like a train.
Alright. We're done bottling for the moment. We'll run the Grand Tour here. We need to move, but we'll run the Grand Tour here. I'll have to do math to see exactly how much we just bottled. There we go. Cool. This is something we bottled the other day. It's really light stuff. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 We've got 7, 8 mason jars sitting upside down, so that's 2 gallons. We're filling these up all the way. They've got probably 33 ounces rather than 32. We did 12 of the 12-ounce pancakes. We did 3 of the round gallons. Those are a little bit over a pint apiece. We also did, let's see, I think 8 of the large maples. We did 6 of the small maples. And over here on the floor is sitting a box of the smaller pancakes. So, grand tour time. We'll take it from the top. We'll go right outside. Right outside here. It's raining a little bit. So right here is what we call our nurse tank. And I put a tarp over it because I wanted to keep it out of the sun. Not that that's a problem today. But that's plumbed in to flow into our preheat hood. Now the sap was running in there earlier today at about 34 degrees. We had a little bit of ice in the nurse tank, so that was perfect. It helps keep things nice and cold, keeps them good. Our sugar content is 2%, so it's about 43 to 1, if I did my math right. So it flows in this top here, and what happens is inside this hood, there's a whole series of pipes that zig back and forth. It comes out the bottom of the preheat right there where that green valve is. The red valve can be used as a bypass in case something goes wrong, vapor lock, whatever the case may be. It comes out here. This is too hot to touch. Usually comes out of there about 170 degrees, and it comes right into here. This is where the hot sap comes in from the preheat hood. It then goes through that connector there into a rectangle box inside the evaporator itself. You can't see too well from this side, but the box is over there. It's got a good boil going. It smells nice in here today. There's also a simple hole. Let me just move this to the side just a touch. I guess you can't really see it. But there's a hole cut through the side of the evaporator into the float box, and it self-levels. As long as we've got it all adjusted correctly, it self-levels. You see the sap running in. That's the hot sap running in. It's evaporating off that fast right now. Works well. We're dumping into the front left corner of this back evaporator pan today. It then goes back and forth, works its way over to here. It comes through this boiler valve into the syrup pan in the front. This is where the most of the sweet stuff is. That self-regulates also with a float. You can see it dripping in there. That's evaporating that fast. We didn't used to have a hood on the front of this one. We did now. We added it because of all the dust. You need to move because I can't step far enough away. The front of this thing's hot. Because of all the dust that happens from us opening the door when we feed the fire. There's a lot of steam in here, obviously. So that side of the pan is less sugar content, and it works its way over. You can see these bubbles have changed on their way over, so we're closing in on syrup again over here, which is good. You can see it blasting it right out. That's the way it's supposed to look when it's working correctly. And we have our cheater stick here. Now the cheater stick, you'll see, has a little groove cut in it, and that tells me that I'm where I need to be. So I can take a glance at that and know that I'm where I'm supposed to be. That's hot water coming off the condensate, and that's our test cup with the hydrometer sitting in there. They need to be hot when you test them. There's another small condensate pipe here from the front hood, and then the main condensation, which comes from the back hood. Those 2 buckets of dirty water are actually not muddy water. Those are buckets that we rinsed the sugar sand out of our pre-filters with. So it was that clear. We did our first rinse in this and our second rinse in that. So that's actually just stuff that came out of the maple syrup when we filtered it. Thank you. We'll go through, as you can see, an awful lot. awful lot of wood. I want to eat my lunch, actually. We go through a lot of wood. Whoops. There we go. I'm going to move you back over to the fireside here. Get the fireside room. That'll hopefully let me put things back on charge too. There we go. Does that somewhat show? Yeah, it's not too bad. Get this back on charge. So that's a little bit of the tour. Tour de Sap Shack. There we go. Just about due to put a touch of defoam on it. Starts heating up again, you'll be able to hear the oil change. Don't touch. There we go. Any questions or comments, I'm happy to answer them. There we go, happy to answer them. Bottles out, get see which shows up. Always something to do here, that's for sure. The work never stops. Time to start until you're done, it never stops. Whose food is this over here?
Mine.
Move it. Be there. vegetable oil defoamer we put in. Just a couple drips at a time. Keeps the evaporation rate where it's supposed to be, keeps foaming up and flowing over. So we'll do that. Bring us inside. Not today. That defoam almost instantly stops that foam from boiling up and potentially boiling over. Works very well. Works as it is supposed to, I guess you could say. Welcome to our sugar house. We've been going for about 2 hours and 40 minutes. For normal, we started to boil later than we were hoping, but that tends to happen more times than not. Had a lot of niter build up in the front pan. That's your sugar sand, things like that. It's normal, it's natural, but it slows the boil down drastically. So we ended up pulling everything and cleaning all that. So we got a little later start than I had hoped to. Warmed up in here enough now where it's time to take the vest on. Said before, if you have any questions, please ask. I'd love to answer them. Try to go over what we do here at the sugar house as best I can. I am in the middle of eating my lunch at the same time, so excuse that as I take some bites here and there.
Daddy, just like coming out the red tube.
What?
Just like coming out the red tube.
Can't hear you.
Just like coming out the red tube.
What?
Oh,
Oh, the red dripping too?
Yeah. Stay away from the front, it's gonna get hotter and hotter as we keep going now.
And we'll have to move this more away.
Now we are
We want
actually
to
boiling.
do it.
Been actually boiling all day, but we've actually got a good, I can see that that door is starting to catch this little glow, which means that we are cooking. It helps when I can focus on the boiling and the draw off rather than boiling, draw off, and bottling at the same time. So we're going to do a test here. The bubbles look very close to syrup. My thermometer is reading 8 degrees over the point of boiling water, which could be off since we're having a rainstorm today. Alright, that one's there. I'll bring it over here so you can see real quick. This is our hydrometer, this is our test cup. And what we do is we put very gently and slowly in. It's a hot test. If it floats above, if this red line floats above the fluid level of the water, it's officially syrup.
But then I followed it past it.
I've learned the ins and outs of this evaporator fairly well. So I kind of know I can draw some off. And it'll be okay.
I'm done eating with this. You look up. Don't sit right in the
We'll
fire.
stop there for the moment. We'll let this float on the other side and fill up, catch up, make sure that it's running properly. Running in good. Give it just a shot here. We don't want to scorch our pans. That's something that's important to me. That would be a bad day for all of us. Just making a few more adjustments as the day goes on, as the atmosphere changes, as the weather changes, the rain messes with things, all kinds of good stuff. So we'll do a test here again. This is coming back up the way it should. It would appear that it's still syrup. Just based off of what I'm seeing here. Yes, it is. We'll give it another shot. We'll let it catch up again. What that does as we draw off, it pulls across that front pan. So that's exactly what we're doing right now. We're drawing here, it's pulling across. It'll pull the less concentrated across. We've got a nice light medium syrup again today. So for a lot of people who like that, like to be in that range, it's a good day for you. I personally prefer the slightly darker. or all the way down to dark, but. Good. Put that right back in there. Not ready yet. Has another draw. That's, I think, our third one of the day. Catching up a little bit. Took a while to get that draw today. Took a long while to get that draw today, actually. More wood.
Where should I put my sandwich?
Huh?
Where should I put my food?
Put it over there for now.
Where did I put my plate? Daddy, where's my plate? They don't have a plate for you, Daddy. There, that'll go better. It's not flowing anymore.
Blasting right through. We had a good day so far. My gloves have taken a slight wear here. I gotta do little numbers and figure out exactly how much we bottled up. If I can figure it out.
I don't need to put some more in. I got you. I'm just gonna bring the one in here. I'm gonna take all of that in. I'll take a lot of the brush. Can you take a lot of the brush, Daddy? More. More. on that chair. It really squeezed. I wonder where my dad is. No, hot water. Well, I wish I don't want to get it.
Fill it up, it's warm.
That's what we're in. Okay. Which will make the fire go better, but it will make the fire glow. It's not glowing anymore. No, I'm not. That is glowing, you see? What? Right there. That's glowing. Oh.
All right, so it looks like we've bottled 5 1/4 gallons this morning. I could be wrong, but that's my rough math. It's 5 1/4 gallons this morning. So put that on top of 3. We've done 8 so far. We've bottled 8 so far this year. Definitely not good. Again, my math could be off on that, but I think we're somewhere in that range. It's a long ways to go. That's all the rest of the way of that tote. Bring him in. Our goal was to make 75 gallons this year if we can do it. So we're a very, very long ways away from that. I'll have to do the math again just to make sure I'm doing the numbers right.
The whole toast done now, Daddy.
Right.
Mom. Yeah, and then it's going red. It's going red. This? It's just one shirt. See? This is red. That's red. The way I mixed that. Oh, no. Why? No. I'm in one that halfway.
Take the next one back now. Alright?
What?
Taking the half empty one then.
Oh.
Too close.
Hey, I didn't even put the wrap.
I don't want that tied back. Because you're going to let the cold air in. Yeah, but you might notice once in a while my glove lingers on the stove for a second too long and starts smoking. Alright, we're about 10 minutes away from doing a tour again. To walk around, show how we do it, what we're doing, so on and so forth. That's boiling good again. Do not touch anything. Be right back. Do you understand? I think with Katie's. Okay. No more wood? Need wood running out. Burn a lot, remember? Huh?
What do you mean?
We burn a lot. Need some. Welcome to our sugar house. If you're just joining us, just throwing some wood on the angry beast here. Then I'll do a quick tour through the sugar house, how we have ours set up. Door's a little squeaky, I apologize for that. Yep, a little bit. Jackson just said that looks a little bit like the shape of New York. Great. So we burn a lot of wood in this one here. We started as backyard. We're still backyard. In my mind, we're just a very large backyard setup at this point. We're running. Okay. We're running a 2x6 liter arch, and we're running Small Brothers raised flue back pan, Small Brothers 2x2 syrup pan in the front. We're running a lightning preheat hood. Move my neighbor's jars, he drops them off to get filled. So once I get around the bottling again, we'll fill his for him today. We have not had a great year this year. So far I've only bottled about between 8 and 9 gallons. Last year we were at, last year we were done. We were at 59 gallons, 57, 59, something like that. I have cold trees. They're on a north facing slope. They're old growth. These trees are anywhere from 70 to 200 years old that we're tapping. They're old. They're in, some of them are in bluestone quarry, shale banks, stuff like that. So they don't run a lot, but once they do finally break free, the sugar has always been good for us. We originally started with buckets. We've transitioned to lines over the last 5 or 6 years. This particular evaporator is fairly new to us in the last, I think, 3 or 4 years. We were able to get the whole upper part of the setup from a friend of a friend who basically wanted to see it go to somebody who would do it with their family. So that came with a glowing recommendation that it be sold to us. We bought it from him. And the arch was completely burned out. We bought a new liter arch, insulated it, bricked it, did all that stuff, put a new stack in, built this little lean-to building off the side of my garage, built a cupola on it, and it has just grown from there. We started out when I was a kid, 9 or 10 years old, at my parents' house doing it on the stovetop. And before that, my grandfather had done it for many, many years on a homemade evaporator pans with arch that he built, which my uncle still uses to this day. But we want to keep the family tradition alive. We do it with our kids here. They enjoy it a lot. One thing I will say is, if you're going to be boiling, if you're going to have this fire and everything else going on that we do have, get yourself one of these. You don't want the dry chem. If you let a dry chem go in here, all the syrup that's in this pan is ruined. So you want to make sure you're using the pressurized water. It would. Gotta fill it right up, right? Just started raining a little bit harder again, which continues to slow our evaporation rate. So anyway, when we first started doing it, I bought once I moved out of the kitchen, we used to boil in there and had an exhaust fan going and still just condensation everywhere. I remember taking the mop, putting a towel on it, and mopping the ceiling because of the amount of steam that we were creating in the kitchen. So we moved out here, and what we first did was I was doing it right in the driveway. I took a 55-gallon drum, cut a hole in the top of that, 2 stainless hotel pans, those chafing type dishes, I think you call them. Did that, and that was kind of where this addiction for me really took off. It's only grown since then. If you have any questions or comments, please don't hesitate to ask. I will do the best that I can to answer any questions, either about our operation or about maple in general. We tap only hard maple or only sugar maple. As a kid, the only designation I had between the maples was hard maple and soft maple. So we still use that to this day, basically as our regular designations, hard maple or soft maple. The hard maple being the sugar maple. So we tap only the hard maples or only the sugar maples. That is one of the things that really keeps our sugar content where it needs to be. Need more wood. And the kid's job is running back and forth and getting firewood for us, keeping the beast fed here. Yeah, why don't you have Daniel get right in there and hand it to you? Why don't you do that? Get right in there and hand him the piece of the wood. There you go. Try to get them working together. So this is a family production out here. I do most of the heavy lifting as far as heating the stove and running the whole process here. And the kids are in and out, back and forth. Sometimes they're in the house, sometimes they're out here, sometimes they're in the way. We love it. Often towards the evening, after they go to bed, because we'll boil pretty late, Abby will come out here and we'll actually get some time, even though it's working. Our date nights tend to be work related. When we're doing snow plowing, she rides in the truck with me, and sometimes you take what you can get date night wise, right? We've got 4 kids and they're all here running around. Well, one of them's not running too much yet. They have their own trees that they tap. We still do some small evaporation inside the house, but they have their own trees that they tap. Anywhere from 3 to 6. This year it's only 3. are burning right now seasoned pine. The softwood works really well to throw that flame that we need to properly operate this. So when I had my little barrel evaporator that I was using at the time, that barrel stove, I wasn't using softwood, I was using whatever I could use to produce a lot of heat. Now I want 6 feet of flame rolling across this front pan and all the way to the back of that back pan. I just want those flames to roll all the way through. It's got fingers that basically the sap sits in these fingers and your flame rolls through. So it's got lots of surface area. That's what really gives you this great evaporation rate that we have. On an ideal day, I can run 40 gallons an hour of sap through this. Today I've been doing a lot of other things, moving wood myself, stoking the fire, bottling, drawing off, etc. We run down about 100 gallons. I think I've been going at it for 3 hours or so, somewhere in there. So not a great, it was at 200, yeah, it's a little over 3 hours. It's not a great evaporation rate today. It's hurting me that, number one, I forgot to clean the flues before I started this morning. So I cleaned all the pans and everything else, forgot to clean that. But number two, the rain really hurts when you're trying to evaporate. We'll give a tour around here. It's 1:30. We'll be trying to do a walk around tour every half hour. Our ratio this morning was about 43-1. I tested the sap this morning. We are part of the New York Maple Producers Association. I just didn't put the 24 sticker on there yet. Been a little behind. So, put it in the wheelbarrow. Gonna need more wood in a minute too. This is our back pan. This is where most of the magic happens. You can see how violently that boils. Basically, I think that'd be the best way to describe that. I've got a little homemade heat shield here, just corrugated metal, because there's not a lot of room to walk between and it gets pretty hot. And one added little barrier between burning myself or not, or the kids burning themselves or not. This is our sight glass. I just look at this all the time when I'm around. That's our low, that's our high. We're right in the middle, that's good. You might hear a funny noise. It's basically the sap screaming in, if I can put it that way. That's our hot sap running in through the preheater. So we have a lightning preheat hood on this. It works really well. Our cold sap today is going in around, it's probably about 36 degrees now. I haven't tested it in a little while. But this morning it was running in about 33 degrees and it was running out of the preheat hood at 170. So you can imagine just how much of a difference that makes production-wise. That when it's running in, we're 40 degrees away from boiling, basically. So that makes a huge difference. The Sap Shack has changed a little bit over the last couple years. I put in a couple simple shelves just to hold buckets. Those are the old galvanized buckets. We don't really use them anymore, but they're still here. And I've got another shelf here with 5-gallon buckets we got from a winery. Most of our stuff is on tubing now. We're running 5/16 tubing and a 3/4 main line. Both of those are sitting back here. This is our 3/4 main line. This is our 5/16 tubing. This is some syrup right here that we just bottled earlier. That's some from last year. We just bottled those earlier. And then this really light stuff here, that was bottled from a few days ago. So, and then here's more. These are the pancake bottles. Pretty nice and light today.
If you go flaring up to the
Yeah, I know. This is our Smoky Lake bottler, filter, finisher. Could be used for all three. Has flat filter that goes on the top, works real well. We use cone filters here. This is a special thermometer that we use to tell us when we're closing in on syrup. I don't go by the thermometer, I go by the hydrometer, but this is a great guide that I can look at it and say, oh, you know, we're closing into syrup. This is a weird thermometer. As you look at it, there we go. As you look at it, it's a weird thermometer. It goes 0 to 7. 0 is boiling water, 7 is syrup. So technically you've got syrup at 7 degrees over boiling water. The issue we have with doing long boils, which is what we're doing today, a longer boil, is the boiling point of water will change multiple times, pretty much constantly on a day like today. I'm going to turn this around. I got to throw more wood on the fire. But the boiling point will change constantly based off of pressures. The hydrometer is always the same. So we use the thermometer as a guide, the hydrometer as the real tool to tell us where we are. That boil going. It's been slowing down a lot on me today because I've had so much else going on, so I need to make up for some lost time here. We started the day with 265 in the nurse tank, but we started the day with 600 gallons here at the sap house. We've got a lot of boiling to do. Most of that will be gone by the end of tomorrow. We'll go to church tomorrow morning, we'll come here, we'll boil tomorrow afternoon into the evening. Hopefully get well, not a 10-hour, but hopefully I'll be able to get an 8-hour boil done. We've got a pretty warm spell coming in Monday through Friday this coming week. We're worried about whether this is going to be the end of the season, which has basically just begun for us. So we really don't want to see that the season is done, especially not yet. Way too early for that to be happening. We use a simple vegetable oil as a defoaming agent. That way there's no allergies. We don't really have to worry about it. And that defoam works well. Let me get the drip down here. You just do 1 or 2 drips, and that's all it needs. I pulled these pans, or excuse me, the front pan, I pulled all the syrup off of it a couple days ago, let it sit with vinegar, clean it back up. The niter was pretty strong, pretty heavy actually. So I had to do that, really needed it. We're running through a system of cone filters. I use 4 pre-filters. I use 1 cone filter to finish things up with. We also have a filter system on the Smoky Lake bottler if I choose to use that. I'm not sure. A lot of guys have gone to filter presses and things like that. We may look at doing that in the future. We have not done it yet. But you can see the corner of your screen here, you can kind of see how dirty this filter is. That's all that sugar sand that just came out of this last draw that we did. It wasn't a heavy draw. We did a fairly long draw. But that was one of the reasons I cleaned that front pan, is it had a lot. It just had a lot in it. This is a reversible flow, so I can draw off of either side depending on how we have it set up. Last time we boiled, we were drawing off the right side. Today we're drawing off the left side. And for those who are actually interested, yes, it does make a difference. One thing that's nice is, well, it's kind of nice and it's kind of not at the same time. if you're gonna get something this big and you're a backyard type producer, as soon as you go this big, you basically dedicated yourself to really doing this whenever the syrup season is. So if you're gonna spend the money to get an evaporator like this, then you need to actually produce.
Somebody's here. It was the UPS turning around as the neighbor's drive.
Kids are all excited. They're hoping people show up today. We've got some syrup for sale in the yard. Usually we get friends and family and neighbors and whoever stop by at some point or another. Tends to be a big event this time of year. People enjoy it. Back to the older, simpler times, I think might have something to do with it. So you can calibrate this thermometer that's on the front here. Beginning of each day you can calibrate it to boiling water. Like I said, that's only good for just so long as nothing changes. As soon as you've got a change in weather, high pressure, low pressure, etc., it doesn't really gain anything. Got some water to dump. We get a lot of condensation in here. It's nice because, I don't know if you can see in the corner of the screen at all, that I was actually rinsing the pre-filters in this condensate water. It just sucks the mineral right out, works great. I just throw it behind the tap house. Our test cup I keep in hot water along with the hydrometer, and that basically ensures that we're not losing all kinds of temperature when we're testing whether we've actually got syrup or not. Got 2 fire extinguishers in here, 2 pressurized water, and I've got 2 dry chems about 3 steps away in the garage. So I like the fire extinguishers here. What's up? Need more wood. Yeah, I'll need more wood. The kid's busy running wood. I want both of these filled back up. All right. Thank you.
What are you doing?
There we go. Let that boil back up again. We need wood. Let's go. Get the wood. that was just moving more bottles around. Oh, okay. Daniel, will help. This is our setup in here. Nice and cozy. Sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes it's not. Got some pretty glassy looking bubbles going on here. It looks like just to me that we're ready to do a draw. So we'll look at that quick. Kids are bumping things, so if the camera moves, I apologize. Well, they're bringing in firewood. So. Again, you want to make sure that your test cup is warm, not hot. Water will give you a better reading. And then we're going to come right over here. We'll see how we are. So that right there is not quite served yet, but it's getting awfully close. Sometimes what happens with this is as we draw across, it'll actually you'll have a little bit of syrup, or almost syrup, sitting right here in this side box. Very, very close, but not quite. I can also tell that it's not quite just based off of the drip test on the hydrometer, how it's dripping. I can look at it and say, yep, that's just not quite there yet. Very, again, very, very close. Leave that open for now. I can monitor. Very close, but just not quite there. So today our syrup is running about 8 degrees, 8.5 degrees over on the thermometer. Every day is different. Nope, that's all the way up. So we're running wood about this size, this to this. Seems to really run well on that. This was standing dead pine when we took it down. We've got some pine that was green when we took it down. I realized earlier, I'm pretty sure that's the pine that actually dented the hood of the tractor. Or at least from that day. I think that might have been oak that fell off, but this stuff wants to be syrup, let me tell you. It really wants to be syrup. Quick test and see where we're at. All right, well there we go. It's amazing what a couple minutes does. I'll bring this over here so you can see it. This red line you can see is sitting above the syrup. That means we're just past syrup. So that is officially syrup. We're going to do a little draw here. Draw some of this off. Daniel, you need to move. It's really hot. We're going to do a small draw here. Pull some across. Kind of pull across kind of slow. What's going to happen as you draw, as you're drawing down, if you draw down fast, it increases the temperature in here because it evaporates faster, it thickens, all things like that. So that'll mess with what you're reading on the thermometer. I do a draw about like that, I close it up, we'll let it sit for a few minutes, see what it comes back to. The nice thing is if you go a little too far, you can always add a little sap and heat it up and it'll be fine. Hey, the wheelbarrow's empty. Maybe it'll be full again.
Thanks, Daddy.
Thank you.
Look at all this.
That wheelbarrow's full, the other one's empty.
Ow.
Well, both of them full. I'll check.
Are you looking up or am I going to look you up? I'm going to look you up. Okay. Go. Go get in there, then I'll come out. I don't want to get close. Oh, you're just getting ready.
You're in the town of Olive today, and you can stop by our place in Acorn Hill. We'll give you a tour around, explain how things work for the kids. And we actually have a little gift for the kids. We didn't bottle them yet, but we did. If you come by with your kids, we've got little baby maple syrup jars, little jugs. I guess they're jugs actually since they're plastic, but little baby maple syrup jugs, 3.5 ounces. And we'll give these to your kids if you guys show up and take a tour today. So something that they can remember it by, something that they can have a little bit of real good syrup next time as a family you guys are having pancakes or whatever the case may be. So to me, it's a dying. Some of the arts are dying, and I don't mean arts as far as drawing or painting or things like that. But some of these type of the woods arts are dying off, and I'd love to see some young people involved again. My kids are. That's because I am. They don't have too much of a choice. We're going to have another draw in a minute here. Just by looking at that, it's definitely syrup. But we're going to load this up again. What's up? Hey, I got no firewood. This is a family tradition for us. It goes way back. Our family has been in Ulster County in New York for, I guess 11 generations since the mid to late 1660s we came across. No, you're not putting hot water in those bottles. No, not good for them, all right? Not good for you to drink it. All right? Okay. Do another draw here. That's well past syrup. So what happened is, as the sap continued to come in, it pushed all the syrup across. And it's all sitting here now, so we'll do a test just to verify, but again, we'll look at this hydrometer. This is hot, and it's sitting at 64 bricks. B-R-I-X. So that's solidly past syrup. Finally, with the big drop. Do a 10-second draw. I'll let it fill itself back up again. We'll do a quick test again. See what that brought us down to. It should have dropped us a bit. Now we are exactly at 60 bricks, which is great. That's fine. It's a touch thick, but it'll be all right. There we go. Hold just a touch more. I'd rather sell syrup that's a little too thick than a little too thin, right? There we go.
I brought in somewhere.
All right. Boil off good. Rolling a good boil, front pan, back pan. We're pulling sap in at a good rate. We're steaming off pretty good. It's always a touch harder when it's raining, but we're doing the best we can. That had to respond.
Leaking down the side, Daddy.
This one?
Dad, wait in there. Can you give me some
Yeah, I
milk?
can.
Mommy, where you have the wood? No.
As soon as I filter this, you can double it.
Filter.
As soon as I wash the filter, you can dump it.
As soon as I filter the filter, so I can understand it.
Somebody's gonna stop by. Want you to be good, right?
somebody is going to?
Huh?
Somebody is going to?
Somebody's gonna come in here, yeah?
Can I ask Mommy to come out here for a minute?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm actually gonna filter or dump some of this stuff in the canner. That way I got some room because we've got a couple pretty hefty draw-offs here. I did this the other day and I managed to spill about a half a gallon of syrup.
Mommy said in just a minute,
Okay.
and she said the live's not working.
Oh no?
Yeah, it isn't working.
Oh, the live looks like it's back up.
She said on the TV it isn't.
Okay. You can tell her I think it's working again.
Maybe we just have.
And then put the dogs in the crate, okay?
Yes, Daddy.
Thank you. Syrup weighs about 11 pounds per gallon once it's finished, so you can imagine. I think it's pretty heavy when you're dumping 4 or 5 gallons at a time. Nope. Put that back down here. We had a good amount of syrup that we've drawn off over the last, actually I guess all this stuff was today's syrup. We've had a pretty good amount that we've been able to draw off, which is good. I'm happy with that. We've got a few gallons in there again. Always a nice thing to see. Get our bottler going.
Daddy.
What's up?
Do you still need money?
Huh?
Do you still need money?
I would like her to come out for a minute.
Okay. I told Mommy to say it on the. No.
Oh,
So I don't have to go in, out, in, out, in, out.
Is that so? So you don't have to go in and out, in and out?
Yes.
Well, I think you need to go out and get some firewood.
Okay, so I'm just going to do that.
We just lit our bottler up. Do a little bottle in here. Got a neighbor gonna stop by with a couple kids apparently. lost a little bit of our boil, unfortunately. Just dealing with the filter stuff. You can lose it pretty quick. Guess what I need? Yep. Stuff's like rocket fuel. I don't like keep saying it, but it's true. Takes right off. Dry pine, seasoned for about a year. So once it runs, it runs. I don't think we'll see a great run today. I need the whole wheel ground full, bud.
I don't know.
Yeah. There we go. Now running again. Uh-huh.
We're almost out
Okay.
of bowl crates. So, empty one whole crate altogether, so empty a half of each.
So that one's done. Not ready to hard out.
Daddy, this is Jackson's Peak.
Okay.
So I'm just going to put it
Put
right.
both of them back there. I don't want you guys doing it right now. Okay? Put them back there. Do not touch the stove. It's right behind you. Okay?
We can get the syrup one too. Can we go bring wood in again? Stop it.
Want wood out of there? over here that you guys have thrown, made a big mess with, all that needs to be cleaned up. And brought in, alright? Do not put hot water in that bottle again. They're good, the dogs are in.
Daniel, don't do that.
Took all my nice dry wood and threw it. Because we couldn't stand in behind it. Huh? Oh. Is that where it was? Where was that? It doesn't need to be blowing out the chimney. Because this is crazy dry stuff that's blowing out the chimney. Yeah. Huh? That affects the oil. It's not that we're supposed to dump that. Just needs to go in the garbage. There you go. Huh? Take that too, that's part of it. And I'm gonna need more wood.
That's true. I didn't think about that.
I can usually the
No TV workers.
pot.
Can I just wait for the dogs to bark to come out?
Sure.
That way I can continue with that. I'm looking at it.
Oh, if you want to make more coffee, I could use some. Welcome to the sugar house. Good day so far. Going on for a few hours. I got the just fired up the bottler. Gonna run some more of that through as we have time, at least. It depends on what's going on. Supposed to have potentially a couple people stop by for a tour. Wait on that as well. There are a couple of our cars here warming up. For some reason I've managed to burn myself half a dozen times today, so that's less than pleasant. But it happens. right along here. Get the old locomotive wound up. And we're doing pretty good. Yeah, steam blowing, look at all kinds of good stuff going on. Like a guy in cash song, right? I'll save you the misery of me singing. Our front pan is evaporating so fast that I can't keep up with drawing it off, which is okay. I don't mind a little bit of thick syrup, but I don't want the whole thing to be 2 or 3 bricks over. So try to get a little dilution going on here. I burned myself on the steam over over the hood a minute ago. So I disappeared out back and found the gutter to stick my hand under. Get some cold rain on it. Help a little better. Hopefully you can see this down here. It's a little bit unusual on a day like today to be able to get that door glowing. It is actually glowing, so kind of a fun time when it does that. I like to see that. Means that we're running good. We're running efficiently. We want to run efficiently like that as best we can. I might even knock that cut. Got there. We're belching steam, belching smoke and sparks and everything else. Having a blast out in the sugar house today. Got company coming for dinner tonight, so I'm trying to get some of this stuff done before they get here. I'm a horrible host, and all I can think about is sugaring when it's this time of year. lot of guys put blowers on their setup. We don't need a blower on this setup. It pulls an amazing natural draft with no blower, which is great. I'm happy with that. I'm actually gonna knock this door down one more notch here. See if I lose my boil. See if it slows it down at all. I'm not too worried about losing too much, but there's no reason to be putting flames up the stack. That's a waste of perfectly good resources. Although it is cool. It's a lot of fun to watch the flames up the stack, especially at night. Less so
Oh, it's glowing.
Less so on a day like today, but
Hi, Daddy.
I need more wood. I'm out of wood. Let's get more wood. Keep going. Ah, it's nice in here. The door's not glowing quite as much, but I don't really seem to have lost my boil. So we're heavily over syrup over here. So we're also going to turn this down a touch. We're going to do a draw. We're going to do a bottling. So let's see what we're doing. That filtered through nicely. That's good news. I'm going to start with the draw because I know it's already there. Should be screaming in over here. We are.
How about the doors? The doors going. Right. I see the doors going. And those doors.
Keep bringing in wood, bud. We need it.
Ow.
Everything's running in the way it's supposed to, which is good. Letting this build back up a touch. We're still pretty heavily syruped. I think we're going to hold off for a minute, let that build itself back up. Filter that. Daniel's bringing in firewood for me. And we've got some bottling to do. We're at 187. So we're at 187 as far as bottling goes. I like to be about 189. That's how hot the door is, just in case anybody was wondering. Just branded the glove. So, don't really want to touch that. Don't really want to touch that door. Don't touch that dial, folks. We'll be right back. Alright, so my neighbor dropped off some glass bottles that he has asked me to kindly fill for him, which we're going to do today. That's out of today's batch of syrup. So we're going to get these guys bottled up for our neighbor Michael up the road. He, I'm sure will appreciate that.
I made a little stand for wood. Oh, damn it. I'm gonna let it off.
We upgraded this year to a different spout on our finisher, canner, whatever you'd like to call it. Upgraded. And it really, really is nice for filling the small bottles. It's a touch slow for the big bottles, but boy is it nice for these smaller bottles.
I didn't use some brick for it, wood. What one did I get?
That's cherry.
Oh yeah, I wanted cherry. Is it cherry berry? Yes. You wanted cherry.
Kids like
not
to make
cherry berry.
hot tea off of the condensation, the hot water that runs off from that. So they do that quite a bit.
I'm gonna use
Interesting smell when that mixed with the maple. Yep. Michael, be done. All right, let's run some regular ones.
very quickly to make tea.
Oh yeah?
I can use
Yeah,
this
on the other
too.
side.
Use the other side right now.
Okay.
Don't touch anything, it's hot.
Okay. And it's already. This is already tea. It's already tea. It's already red. Let's go.
The door's still glowing or no?
Yeah? Alright, good.
What are you talking about?
Door's still blowing.
It's very, very slightly glowing, but you can barely see it. But you can see it.
Alright, so we just bottled up 1.5 gallons, which is good. I'm gonna put some more wood on this. I need more wood. Alright.
How did my teeth go down?
Why don't you bring in wood while you let your tea cool down?
Did-
How's that? Any wood, Jackson?
Daniel, please not help me.
Alright, so it did slow down a bit, so we'll crank that door over 1 notch again, makes a difference. Want to try to be as efficient as we can here today. No, you does not go there. Right there.
Door's not blowing.
That's because we need wood.
To make it glow. We need wood to make stuff. So we need a lot of wood to make a whole evaporator to glow, right?
You need a lot.
You can't make the whole evaporator glow. Well, but you can make the whole glow. Yeah. But we would need a lot of pieces, right?
Need wood.
That can help me. Can you hand it out? Not yet. No, I can just put my teacup in the bucket. That means we'll be able to keep it all off. That means we'll be able to keep it all off. Which would be fine.
Need firewood.
They don't. I can't get firewood all by myself. How would you do?
Jackson, let's see firewood.
That was doing this for. That one is for.
I'm just bottling over here around the corner. I'm bottling what we actually drew off earlier today. Had a fairly successful boil so far. Not getting the evaporation rate I'd love to have, but we are making progress. Don't always get what we want, I guess, as I have been teaching the kids.
That I do that to make you. Oh, the door's finally glowing. Yep.
Is it blowing again?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
It's slightly.
Slightly?
No. So. That's all me. Aha. Again. That's fun. Slightly close to the door. Make hot, real hard move. Gotta go. We're running out. Oh, slow? Yeah. We're running out slow. What?
Oh, we just canned another 3 gallons. That was what we drew off earlier today. There's still stuff going to be filtered. I'm going to do a couple of these little bottles for the kids, visitor kids, just in case they show up.
Oh my God. We're running out of sugar and we want higher. We want the higher than it's saying, okay? So,
Go inside and see if we've got capsules or bottles ready.
the little teacher.
Yes, go see if there's caps for them. There should be, somewhere. A whole bunch of caps for them.
Boom!
Okay, let's go. All right. Rolling in on another draw here in a minute.
Ooh.
Daniel, that's enough. What?
Oh, you know, stop falling.
It's flowing. There we go.
Oh.
Sometimes we get pretty foamy. It won't pull in the way it's supposed to pull in. So we need to. Got them? There we go. That's what we're looking for. Thank you.
There's a hole in the side of the bag.
Yep. How's my sight glass looking? Sight glass. How's it looking? Sight glass is on that side, right?
Perfect.
Between the two now?
Yes.
Alright.
Like exactly in the middle.
Alright.
But sometimes it stops in the middle. And sometimes it goes over, right?
Yep.
What is in that?
Finning's in that.
It's special syrup. Yeah, that's
Alright.
just regular syrup.
Huh?
It's just regular syrup in a special jar. That's an actual color. They don't.
Keep bringing in wood. I want that little barrel full.
That's the only lobby. That's the door I won't lock. Yeah. I'll get them. I don't care if they close or not. Daddy does. How?
Jackson, that needs you too. You're out here, you gotta work.
Yes, Daddy.
How it works.
Ah!
Alright, another 12 quarts.
Kid's running, right?
Huh?
Oh yeah? Alright.
Daddy, how do you care if the door is swallowed?
Because I want it to be hot, right?
I know want it to be hot. The door needs it hot.
No, no.
What I said.
Oh yeah?
I would have a little rest. It died.
You're having a rest?
I would have a little
How are you having a rest? Can't have a rest when we do firewood. Oh yeah? No, no chairs right now. I want to go walk around, okay? Not right now. Hi!
Hi!
Come on in.
Are you YouTubing? Are we,
Yeah, we're over here.
Oh,
Let me
sorry.
hit pause. Or mute.
Hey, sorry about that. We were on mute for a little bit. Shout, Glowing Firewood, New Jersey. Glowing Firewood, New Jersey. Hey, Glowing Firewood, New Jersey. Shout out to you. Please subscribe if you haven't. Hit that thumbs up button. We had a little tour going on here. One of my neighbors and their kids stopped by. Get a tour of the operation. They got to see the evaporator. We sent them away with a little bit of syrup. They actually bought it for while they were here as well, which was nice. Need wood there, buddy boy. Somebody that just texted on the bottom of the screen here says, can I have a shout out? I do all firewood. Firewood, New Jersey. That's cool. You know, I think of Jersey, I think of the shore, and I guess the eastern part of Jersey. I've driven through the other parts, but I don't really know too much about it. There we go. Get this old girl going again. Back up the locomotive speed here. Closing in on another draw shortly. It might even be very shortly. Got to put a little defoamer in the back here. Just a touch. Just 2 drips is all you need. Amazing how well it works. Daniel, you want to bring my water and my coffee cup into mommy? The water's on the floor. See it? You bring those in? Hey, welcome to the Sugar Shack. It is 3:30 in the afternoon. We're just getting ready to run a tour through again here. And that's a tour by me holding the phone and explaining to you exactly what goes on here. I do have, looks like I've got syrup here in the front pan. Very, very close. So we're going to do a test on that and see where we are here in a minute. I do need to pull this pre-filter out. It's got a lot of sand in it. We'll put it in the back, right? Thank you. I use a pair of needle nose pliers to grip. It's a little bit hot. It's actually a lot hot. It's still probably 170 degrees or so sitting in there as it filters its way through. We got a good boil going today. Even though it's raining, we're making great progress on our bulk tank. We have company coming over for dinner tonight, so at some point I guess I'll have to step away from the locomotive here. Just rinsing a couple pre-filters out. We poured off, or pulled off, over 3 gallons today. That's already been bottled, canned and bottled. We finished our bottling from the other day. What? It's full. We can empty this one and dump this one, all right? I don't want you to dump that one, though. I need that one.
I know.
Right? We got hot water condensation that runs off this machine here. Great for cleaning. Quick test on where we are with our hydrometer. I'll come over here so you can see this. Well, we're not quite there. We're about 1 bricks away, so we're very close. Not quite there though. I'll give it a couple minutes. Just leave it there, but I'll get it. Sometimes all it takes is just pushing, dumping a one in there.
What would you want
Going
me
for
to
one
do?
more, the dirty one. There we are. That was a test here. See where we're at. Well, we're getting close, but we're still not quite there. Fine. Set this back here. Get close up. We had a nice draw while my neighbors were here, so it doesn't surprise me that we're not quite ready for one. We pulled a pretty heavy draw at that time. I'm going to drop this little deep foam in there. We switched out a filter. So that's done. Always something to do in Sugar House. I will tell you that for sure. So many different things to do. Always something to stay busy. You're not messing around with testing and is it ready to draw? Is it not ready to draw? And you got to put wood on the fire again. It all happens pretty quick.
Where do you want this bucket, Daddy?
Huh?
Where do you want this bucket?
Put it under the.
Never mind. I found
We did a little branding on our gloves earlier. As you can see, maybe you can see. Yeah, whoopsie. All right, I need firewood. Gentleman Jackson, that's you. Good enough to pull where I'm pulling it. I need firewood though. Bring some in. Hurry up. Run. We're using up just a little bit of our firewood that we stacked here the other day to try to get things a little bit dry. Or get a little bit more dry, I guess. Helps a little. Ranch wood, Katie. Kids are all out here. We're bringing wood in. Things are running well. We drew off and bottled a little over 3 gallons so far. We bottled everything from Thursday's boil as well. I think it was Thursday that we boiled, Wednesday or Thursday. So we did all of that. Just looking at what has come up on our screen here, trying to look at different things. Hot water come back out?
Water?
Daniel? You bring water back out for me? Oh, I need water. Well, I love maple season. I don't know about you. I love everything about this season. It's great. I could do with a little less rain today. We're running pretty heavy right now. Rain is fairly heavy right now as well. Managed to burn down to 80 gallons in the nurse tank from 265. That's a good day so far. We cut down 185. The problem is we had 600 gallons here, so we've got a long ways to go before we're done. Sugar content's decent today, not spectacular, but decent. We're running about a 43 to 1 right now. I had to go get some firewood.
So the water's turning into maple syrup. We're not in the thing. Only a little bit. Your water is a red cup back there. Come get more. More. Oh, but not up to the ceiling. But we can have it up to the ceiling. Right.
Go for the top first, this is wet.
Like you.
Buddy. Smells good. Smells good in here. I didn't want to mute it, but I figured, you know.
Chocolate cup cookies. We have to bring in more for cookies, Daniel.
Yeah, that's for sure. You don't get cookies, you don't bring the firewood. Two. Don't stop. Huh? You gotta cook your next one. They have how much? $25 for
Gotta get a cookie.
Why did I cook it? Give a mouse a cookie.
The mouse won't get a cookie. Obey.
As soon as the wheelbarrow's full, you get a cookie.
You need a bowl for
It won't take that long.
Why didn't you put the whole
Because I had to
thing?
empty that wheelbarrow because you guys weren't over here in time.
Hurry up.
Silly goose.
Where's Terry going?
Huh?
Where's Terry? Terry,
You said you were coming?
you said he was going.
When?
Is he Terry? What? Then get it out, okay?
What's that here? There's something that was- Ow!
Sorry, I'm eating cookies.
There's cookies for people who show up.
Oh. If anybody shows up, we got cookies. And little maple syrups for the kids, little ones. Homemade chocolate chip cookies. That's an important note right there.
I got my rain.
See that?
That's what I did. I did have a cookie.
Make that one or break that one?
I'm gonna reach in there and fix that, but I can't.
Yeah, what did you do that?
That's all right, I went straight over that thing before. You thought that one was hot? Try that one. With a glass, so I couldn't even drop it.
Okay.
Well, so I put the camera down. One more.
Up like that one?
You better hurry, because I'm going to start taking wood out of it.
No! You're not a bad cat.
Better hurry.
Hey, you're chugging the pieces of wood that are on down the evaporator.
Better hurry. Keep going. Every time you stop, I put more wood in. You'll never catch up.
You'll never catch up.
You'll never catch up. You won't, you won't.
Is this enough, Daddy?
Oh, it needs to be full. If you hurry up, you'll catch up, and then you can have your cookies. Ah. What you waiting for? Keep going. Each of you bring in 3 more, then you get cookies. Hurry.
I brought in 2 big ones and 2 tiny ones. Yep. Now may I have a cookie? 5. Oh, good.
Okay.
And you got the whole wheelbarrow. Yes, but he didn't bring it and
She handed it to you though?
yeah. So,
I'm going to help her.
I'm just helping a little. I'm helping a little bit. I was getting my own. So good. Thank you, Mommy.
Oh.
So yummy cookie.
Oh, April 3rd. it's not terrible.
Not terribly. Terribly like.
It's like
We don't like
light syrup. We want the dark stuff.
I was going to remind you to say not terrible.
Yeah, I know.
Not. I also made the chewy maple cookies, and I only made one batch of those because I didn't have much coconut.
Enough what?
Coconut. It's part of the chewiness of it. It barely tastes it. I didn't want to bring those out because they're all
The water's gone. Okay.
There's a red bottle.
Jackson, the red bottle right there. That was what I was asking for. But what? Is that how it works? Really? Oh, really? Everything else? Yeah. There's something.
I gotta go get him up. How late do you think we're gonna go tonight?
Nobody's coming. I'm going to try to get as much help as I can.
Still bring more wood in. Not sit on those. Can't sit on those. Honey. You cannot.
You're going to get hurt bad.
It really hurts.
All that falls on
Okay? Once you get hurt.
you. You guys got to stop assuming you can just sit down everywhere. Problem is, I should collect today too. But it's not crazy. The issue is tomorrow. I gotta go. Yeah, at least pump off everything on the tank though.
Yeah.
Hey. You can tell the tube got messed up. This is tube and air got messed up. It won't let it flow out, but it's rolling against it. This tube is perfectly accurate. The tube that goes in the box out, up here, is disconnected at the box, so everything is rolling back this way, it's gotta come out of the box.
This is up to the top. It's right on it up to the top. But it's not, but it's not here.
Huh?
Too close.
No.
It doesn't go up fast. Like,
All right. So we lost our boil, kind of.
This one's going so fast. Done with this.
I'm gonna go pump our nurse tank back full again. We're down about 75 gallons in that, so. We got 125 or a little more on the UTV, so we're gonna pump that off. I'll back up to 200. Oh. Do not walk between me and the stove.
Yes, Daddy. When I mix this one in the other water together, it doesn't taste but no, but smells like maple syrup. Even though I don't put it in maple syrup water. That's that.
Hey, welcome to the sugar house. Unfortunately, I'm going to step out here in a moment. I just got to test this. Looks like we're pretty close to the syrup. Probably pull a little bit off, draw a cord or something. Draw a cord and let it refill. Use a hydrometer to test when we're actually at syrup. Still quite cool. Yeah, just shy, just shy. 1 bricks away. That'll happen pretty quick, probably, depending on how the boil goes. But sometimes just doing something as simple as pushing that in there will push it through. Actually, stop.
Yes, Tommy. This would take about 19.
Still one away. That's definitely true. There we go. Right down. Take a minute here, fill the stove, and then go and pump up the tank.
Oh, fire came on the ground.
Alright.
That's why we don't do it in wood.
That's why we have to go be away when we're putting wood in them. Right?
Part of the reason, yep.
But the fire will go out.
It'll go out in a little bit.
Yeah. But it will still give.
Alright, gotta go get the pump set up around the back so that we can refill the nurse tank. That's open. We're not touching anything.
Yes, Daddy.
sharing this.
You can sit on the chair.
Touching?
Nope.
Stay away from that fire.
We covered it up with wood.
Uh-huh.
Just so we would, just in case we went near it. On accident, right, Jackson?
Huh? I gotta do a draw first, okay? Pumping up the tank behind the sugar house. That nurse tank going back up. And we have syrup. It's amazing how fast that happens. So we'll dump this cup in here. We'll do a 10-second draw. There we are. While that's straightening itself out, we should be running in the other end. And then filling this front tank back up. Do not play with that stuff. Right? Understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're just blocking the fire with that stuff. Right?
Yeah.
Put some found. I put some sand in it.
Uh-huh. I need more firewood running in a minute.
Just starting. More firewood.
Go. That should be running in on this side. It is coming in, which is good.
Well, not on too far.
That's fine.
Now, let's go.
Do it all the way up, right? Hey, don't touch any of this. Right? Don't play with anything down there either. Go.
I can go with the dog.
Hurry up, Daniel. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up, Daniel. Hurry up. We'll get more.
what's the surprise? Daddy, how much we can get? One more time, will you? I know the wood.
All right, hi folks. Welcome to Elmendorf Acres. We are boiling the sap house today. We have got an enormous amount of syrup going on, it looks like. Just flowing like crazy here. The pressures keep fluctuating a little bit with the rain, and temperatures keep getting wobbled around. There we go. Put a little bit of the defoam in there. Try to help us out a touch. We're past syrup again. Sap in. Okay, there we go. Got a slight vapor lock in creek. There we go. All right. Takes a little bit sometimes. Get everything working right. We got a bunch of syrup coming off. We did 2 bottlings already today. It's looking like we're going to be doing a third. This is all the way up to a stupid amount of sugar. So we're going to have to do a drawdown here in a minute. Problem is I got to switch out my pre-filter. So try to make some of that happen as quickly as we can. Nice thing is we can always add a little bit of sap. We go a little past syrup here in this front pan. I can always flood it a little bit, dilute it a little bit. It takes me a little longer to bring it back down to where it needs to be, but we're not way past syrup, which is important, especially when you're running through filters and what have you. We're adding another 100 and I think I figured out about 140 gallons of sap, something like that. We had in the UTV tank. Right now we're pumping that up to that. From that to the nurse tank, excuse me. There we go.
Somebody texted you that.
Huh?
Somebody texted you.
Oh, somebody texted me?
Yeah.
No, that's all right.
Banana! Look at this guy.
Alright, we're pulling that through. I'm going to pull a little bit of this sweet through. It just got real sweet on me while I was, excuse me, hooking up pumps and everything. This happens. Hey Jackson,
What?
go in the garage with the workbench with the flashlight. Can you grab that with the wall flashlight?
Flashlight?
With the wall one?
Yeah. The one that takes the volt batteries?
Yeah, it should be. Get rid of it out there. Right above all those wall stuff, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
On the workbench or under it?
Huh?
On
On the workbench.
Oh. Just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
I didn't want someone on the one. We should not try to break the pan.
Lots going on here. I'm just getting ready to do a draw, plus I got to throw some wood on. We're refilling a nurse tank at the same time. So a lot going on here today. Trying to multitask as best I can, which does hurt the efficiency of the boil a little bit, but we are at least, we're making progress, which is a good thing. We started the day with 600 gallons here, and we've boiled down 200 so far since we started, which isn't terrible, I guess.
Fire's on the ground now.
Fire's on the ground. Now it's back to the stove. There we go.
You
Okay.
want me to go special about that?
Nope, they'll be fine.
So,
See the flashlight?
is there a piece of bark?
We had a piece come loose in the evaporator. Not a big deal. Just the tube that dumps the sap into the front kind of wiggled itself loose from where it's supposed to be. So basically what that is doing is negatively affecting our float on this other side here. Again, not a big deal. Something that might be able to fix with the proper application of copper pipe. Always got copper pipes kicking around here. Swirl it a little bit of the clean water first. Now the trick is going to be to get it back into area it belongs. See if we can do that without getting burned badly. Is the idea. Now, I would argue that if you're not getting steam burns a couple times a day, you're probably not maple sugar egg ready. At least that's what it seems like to me. Let's see here. Let's slip one back in there. So we have this evaporator that we purchased used, and there's been a few parts that are no longer in production. And it's made it a touch hard sometimes to get replacement parts. We've had to apply some things. We've had to, I don't want to say cobble things together because that's really not a good term, but it is kind of what it is. We're able to fix that and get that back where it needs to be, which is great. We do have what appears to be syrup here again. We are making a lot of syrup today. It took a long time to do our first real draw, and we've been making up for that ever since. When that happens, the back pan gets, the front pan I should say, there we go. The front pan gets real sweet all the way across, and it becomes a little bit of a just chasing your own tail, it seems like. We're past syrup, we're at 61 Brits. We just did a draw 10 minutes ago. We are just getting ready to do another draw. I've run this evaporator long enough to know that a 10-second draw just about perfect to get us where we need to be. That lets the
float from the back pan to the front, catch up, all those things like that. We are going to need to change our heavy filter here pretty soon, which is quite a little bit of a trick, I might say. It is not an easy thing to do, but we're going to do it anyway.
This is one of my foods.
We are going to be working towards doing that here in a minute. We're going to be we're dumping off a lot of what we already drew off. So what I'm going to do is, this is one of our big filters. And there's another steam burn. Move. I've found that if we put our filters over the hood like that, it gives us a nice bit of steam through it, which heats it up nice. Need more firewood, guys. We're going to dump off what we've collected in there so far. We're going to have to run a couple different pre-filters and all that good stuff here over the next couple minutes. Yeah. Refill the wheelbarrow, all right? We'll do a... Try to move you here a little bit so you can see what we got going on. I know that's not quite ideal. There we go. At least you can kind of see what I'm doing now. I got two different buckets over here. Both of them are the hot water condensate. We've got our whole big filter system going on here. It would appear that our regular filter has started to clog up. So we're going to need to go through all these. It's a hot process. One that I have found does really, really good with using some sort of plier. I'm happening to use those today because it allows me to grab what I need to grab. Kids' job today is to keep me stocked with firewood. They are somewhat doing it. They're at least trying, right? It matters. We're going to run a few of these through here. What's going on? Kind of funny in a way, they're actually being mean to each other about bringing the wood inside. I don't know if that's funny or not, but they're yelling at each other over it. If you hear yelling in the background, that's because the two boys are arguing over firewood responsibility. And it takes a little bit to do these pre-filters. You saw what I was doing there. I pulled out, and then we rinse it in that condensation water. That's that hot distilled water that runs off from our hood. I need to step out back quick and check on our pump and our tank. Make sure we're not running it dry.
Dad, can mommy order?
It pumps about 140 gallons up into the nurse tank. I add that to my notes. I do keep notes so I can kind of keep track of how much I boil each day. Let's see here. All right. Like I said, there's a lot going on here, especially when you're running it by yourself. The kids have been somewhat helpful with keeping the wood stocked. At least they're trying. Not nearly enough. Not even half full.
Daddy, you're using the armpit.
Yeah, I'm using it all up.
You never get stopped. Okay?
There we go.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're running pretty good. Let's get this. That way more steam escapes. We need to run some, still working on cleaning that filter. I've got our big main filter that needs to be cleaned out, which is, you kind of have to shut the whole draw off process down for that, which is painful. But we get there. That went out a bit. Not sure why. Let the power drop for a minute. And I'm 99% sure that there is not enough syrup in this to have stopped the filter. Like I said, 99% sure. We did already bottle over 3 gallons from what we drew off earlier. It's probable that we have 2 or 3 gallons in there. It's not probable that there's 5 or 6 gallons in there, but let me do a quick check here. No, it's not at the bottom of the filter. Just kind of what we figured. So what I'm going to do now is I am going to prep the flat filters for our Smoky Lake, because that's about the best way that I can get things straightened out. Be able to dump filters in and whatnot. And we've got distilled water here, which works amazingly well for getting these filters hot, clean. We've got our Smoky Lake bottler. We're going to get that flat filter ready for in here. This will actually make the syrup super clear too. This flat filter works great. The pressures in here must be changed a little bit, because you can see our steam is swirling a little bit more, and it wasn't doing that 10 minutes ago. So a lot going on right now. It's hard to kind of keep track of everything. But we manage somehow.
Find it.
Huh?
So it's gonna find the way it is.
Ah. What I'm doing here is just prepping the pre-filters for the flat filter pan that we have, our Smoky Lake. We could also use that as a filter pan. So that's nice. That's just syrup sand, bub. So that's a nice option. And we have something like this where the main filter has now become clogged after running however many gallons of syrup through it. That does happen. It's not uncommon. It's just real obnoxious when it does. And usually it happens when you're not ready for it, as with most things. Well, now we're going to see just how much of a mess we can make. You need to not be over here at all. Okay? Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring my draw-off tank right over here where we have our finisher set up, and I am going to prep that. It's right ready to go. Just dump right into there. Then we'll clean our filters and everything else. That will essentially allow me to transfer things, hopefully somewhat seamlessly. We'll always end up with a little bit of mess, it feels like, but such is life. What we have done though is we've run all the syrup that was drawn off through 4 pre-filters. That's what I'm doing over here right now. So I'm just doing the last little bit of that. That way it can start running through the way it needs to. I'll just set that. And that will run through our flat filters over here. Then I can pull my Orlon filter off. And we'll do the same thing. We'll basically dump that Orlon filter in this flat filter. I'm sorry that you can't see this part. I don't have 6 hands to be able to do it.
I would be a big hand anyway. Oh, we don't need 6 hands. Oh, Daddy kind of does.
You might be able to hear that it's filtering through. Yeah, I'm sorry that you can't see it, but I'm doing the best I can with what I got going on. Okay, nope. Step back. It's very hot.
Do you want me to bring the water out there?
Yep, you can bring that one outside, but dump that one. This one.
No, I know. I'm just kidding. This water bucket.
I'm just soaking this right now, just trying to loosen up whatever sugar sand is in it. Jackson, bring that one out, please.
Yeah, it really looks like it's flowing.
Jack has been able to help me take some of the dirty waters out. We call them dirty water. It's really not actually.
Yours will be glowing. Like red glowing. Really red. Yeah. It's so bright. It's really, really hot. This is really, really, really hot. Here, Daddy, what do you want this stuff to look
Where it was.
I was thinking on the other
Nope,
side.
where it was.
And then you want me to bring that one out.
Yep, that one was out.
And then that one goes to the other side.
Yep.
Okay. The last one, so quick.
So the distilled water will take these filters. Here, look out. I'll move it. I'll move it to outside and you can dump it out there. Okay. So the distilled water will take this filter, you can see how dirty that is, and really clean it up good. Just knocks that niter right out of it. Amazing how well it works. Doesn't get 100%, but it works pretty good. Now you never want to wring any of these types of filters. You can fold them in half and then squeeze them down or up or however you want to squeeze them out. But you never want to wring them because you lose how well it works. There you go. That one we probably don't need there. This will sit there for now. And front pan has gotten a touch low again. So we're going to run the front pan a little bit here. It's always hard when you have to do a main filter change during drawing at the same time. But what I can do is, where's my hydrometer? Over here. Good. So what I can do is I can dump it straight into this smoky lake. And that's exactly what we're gonna do. Just run it with a draw cup. See where we're at, and that's the way we're gonna run it. Take a couple of these. Dump them in.
Us too.
As true. Not ideal to do it that way, but I had to get a little bit of syrup off. That way, our whole front pan is not syrup. So I don't like to clog these flat filters up too much if I don't have to, but if it gives me a little bit of a reprieve just so I can set my regular system back up, that's what we'll do. And I did exactly that. My firewood full because we're going to need it.
Thanks.
The boil's going.
Yeah, I know. It's still glowing, but just done.
Yeah, it's still glowing. The door's hot. There's not much flame. Okay? Go. Firewood.
I mean, there's not any more.
Gotta get wood back on this thing. Don't want to lose this lose our boil. Probably the most amazing thing with this is the boil will slow down. By the time I finish loading the wood on it, when it gets a little low like it just did, you'll have a raging inferno again of a boil. So. Boiling good in there, all kinds of stuff going on. We're going to dump our draw-off tank into the Smoky Lake, just because it makes sense to do so while everything is filtering and doing its thing.
There's a siren in the background.
Make sure Daniel doesn't go near the road.
He's in the break still.
Well, the ambulance went by. That's always exciting. So we had just finished doing a filter change. We're pushing stuff through into our Smoky Lake flat filter here. Trying to do whatever we can to let this filter through while it's still warm. That's always an important factor whenever you can to do that. We want to try to keep our syrup as warm as we can.
I think it's Mr. Bradley.
Oh?
Mr. Bradley.
Oh, Mr. Bradley's here.
I think. It's not possible.
We're going to go on mute for a little while here.
to be gone.
What?
This one.
Cold?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Here, bring it over here. No, you can bring this one over. Bring the empty one over. Get the empty one, bring it over. Got it?
Yeah.
Put it under. Make it, sir.
Water's really hot right now.
The water's really hot?
Mm,
Oh,
right now it is. Really, really, really.
why do you think it's so hot?
But it is.
Just because it is?
It really burns me right on my finger.
You alright?
Yep, it. So I'm gonna go get my burn thing.
Oh. I don't think it'll help that much, but it's for if you get really, really burnt bad, okay? Alright?
Yeah. It's not just now, but it. I press it really, really.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah? You bring any more wood or no? Huh? Why not? That's not very nice. It's not me when I need the help for bringing in wood. Oh, you were making it so it wouldn't drip, huh?
But it's not hot.
Uh-huh.
It's fine.
I see.
It tastes like maple syrup.
Tastes like maple syrup?
So,
Well, that's good. That's what it's supposed to taste like.
I'm just going to one piece of wood.
You gonna what?
To one piece of wood.
Oh yeah?
That's for evaporator to go. That's for evaporator to go.
For the separator?
For the evaporator.
Oh, the evaporator.
They glow. It's glowing more. Because they're trying to eat. The door glows more than it was at first. So this.
Play with it.
There was maple
Goodness.
syrup there too.
Huh?
Like two maple syrup there.
Oh yeah?
That's why I did that. That's
Maple
it.
syrup drips on the lid.
None just came out and then back it up in here. So it takes it all that'll make their light get old down.
Oh yeah? I think you're silly. That's what I think. I think you're silly. Thank you.
Where do you want your water?
Water goes over here by the maple, or by the coffee. Move out of the way, right? Okay. That's what I need. Yep. Use a lot of firewood, right?
To make this whole door close. Daddy, I don't let this whole door close. I don't want to drink.
Nice noise. Not a nice noise. Don't touch. Shake your head yes. There you go. Go. Hold up, touch the way. Okay. There's good old oil going in here today.
What you waiting for?
Warming up to like that. And I put the top on the inside. It's all covered
yeah.
in wood chips. And then I have to back it out. Are you going to do another box or Daddy?
Yeah, pretty good.
Past syrup?
It's exactly at syrup.
Perfect.
There's only enough to grow one this time.
Oh.
It's alright. We'll get there. It'll all turn to syrup in the end.
It's like syrup right now.
It looks like it, but it's not syrup yet. It'll be syrup.
Just drank a whole bottle of water until I had a headache.
Huh?
So I just drank a whole bottle of water.
That's why you've got a headache. I don't think it's because you drank enough water.
No, I'm saying that I drank a lot of water and I'm like, how I got a headache.
You go over there and get like, you know those?
Yeah.
Just swapping out the filters here. Got a good bit of, starting to pick up some more sugar sand. Not surprising, especially as we get later in the season. But I wanted to catch this before we ended up with a big draw.
You need help, Daddy?
Front pan is very close to syrup. Kind of waiting as it pushes through. We've done a few draws, mostly smaller draws, a couple big ones, a couple small ones. Bottled. I forget how much I bottled. I figured it out earlier. But the second batch of the day we bottled 3 gallons. There is stuff sitting in the canner waiting to go through, waiting to heat up again. Just kind of waiting on that. Got a pump running again, filling up the nurse tank again. The tank is bottom of the hill. So we were able to empty the IBC tote that was in the UTV. That was 140 gallons, I think. We'd actually boiled some of that down already, and now we're pumping this other tote in too. Basically, I want to empty everything I have to be able to get in for this next run that's most likely going to happen slowly overnight tonight, heavy tomorrow, potentially a little bit on Monday. Kind of our potentially the last hurrah of the year, fortunately. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping we went in late enough that this next warm spell we're okay through, but you never really know. Pull this all the way up. Trying to get things running in here. Yes, we're still going, James. It takes a while to get everything heated up, so once you're out here, you guys just keep going.
Daddy,
So,
Grandma and Grandpa are staying for dinner.
I know.
We did, let's see. We got that for our neighbor with the bottles that he dropped off. So that's a mid, kind of a medium amber.
Surprised nobody stopped to actually buy syrup. These guys are just scary.
Yeah, we sold 1 quart today to one of my lawn customers actually. Brought their girls over to get the grand tour, gave them each a little bottle.
Very thank you. Something off.
Yeah, we've been going for a while. 468 minutes it says the live stream has been on, so whatever that turns out to hour-wise. Jackson's been slacking on his firewood a lot though. Yeah, I know. We did manage to thaw our fire extinguisher out. Mr. James says bring in firewood. He made a face. He's trying to read what you wrote at the bottom of the screen, I think. Make sure you actually said to bring in firewood. Huh? Oh, you're reading everything? Somebody else here now. Oh, hi.
I mean, I might not be there, so I don't know tonight.
Good. Thank you.
I have another bottle.
Perfect. I have the wife. See ya. Okay, this is inside. Put it in the freezer. For Mr. Bradley, it's cold. We had a special concoction that our neighbor dropped off that was made with our maple syrup. So, have to add that to the freezer. who wants to take the grand tour? Do the grand tour. How many jars in total today? I did 12 of them this afternoon, and well, I did a whole bunch of smaller jars earlier. So I did a 12 pack of the 12 ounces, I did a 12 pack of the 8s. We did 3 of those pint round gallones. I did, I think, 8 large maple leafs, 6 small maple leafs. So it looks like this morning I bottled 5 1/4, and this afternoon we bottled 3. So I guess I bottled 8 1/4 so far today. That puts us at 11 1/4. Well, plus or minus 11. I think I might have done 3 quarts. So between 11 and 12 gallons this year. Plus whatever's in the bottler now. I'm going to have a draw on the front pan at some point here. It's pretty sweet all the way across. So for whatever reason, this setup always seems to work better for me when I'm drawing on the right side. I don't know why, but yeah, it's good. I'll give you the tour for whoever's watching. This is our leader 2x6 arch. That is, yes, that door is glowing red. Not real big of a glow, but it is glowing red. It's a stainless arch. It has, I think it's 3/4 inch or 1 inch insulation board, which is a fireproof board. And then we've got fire brick lined up both sides, lined along the base of it. And they hold heat like crazy. Yep, Abby just brought me my chili for dinner, so I'll set that down while it cools. Holds heat like crazy. The other day I shut down at 10 o'clock at night. I came back out here at around 8 o'clock in the morning, and the fire brick was still 80 degrees. So it holds for a long time. No, I'm all right. So what we have out back here is our nurse tank. That's what we call it. And it spits in. That's what you hear spitting right now. So it's flowing in. We're actually pumping back up into the nurse tank, but that's our nurse tank. You can see it's right about there. I got to look at the lines to see what that is, but that's close to 200 gallons, 175 maybe in there right now. And that comes through this copper pipe here. And close my door so I don't have breeze blowing past. And that flows in the top of our preheat hood. It's a Small Brothers Lightning hood. This is a whole series of copper pipe elbows that flow back and forth in here. The sap flows in about 35 degrees. It comes out 170 degrees. I'm not sure if it's venison chili or not. I couldn't tell you. I didn't ask. This lower part here, it flows out at about 170 degrees. This is a condensate pipe that runs down, but it comes back up through the base. This is where the fresh sap flows in. You can see it flowing. That is all mechanically automated. No electronics, all mechanically automated. And the front float pan works very similar. This then flows into a stainless steel box that's inside the evaporator itself. I'll go to the other side and show you that. From there I can decide how I want the machine to flow for the day. So today, you can't quite see it, but there's a pipe right in the middle there. Not the divider, but there's actually a pipe in that bay. Can't really see it. Every now and again. Right there. Every now and again you can see that. And that's where the cold sap is dumping, or that's what we call it, cold sap. It's, like I said, 170 degrees. And there is a stainless steel box at the back of this. A little hard to see. Where that handle is, right behind that's a stainless steel distribution box. And that allows us to distribute the sap as we see fit for the day. So today it's flowing in the front left of the pan. It works its way over to the right hand side. Back here, this cast base back here often runs 700, sometimes 800 degrees. So it's nice and toasty. We do have insulation in between these so we don't get scorched up the side of the pans. You can actually see some of the fire coming through there. Comes out this boiler valve here. We turn this on once we get started for the day, and it all flows through here. This is all the same as that other float box. It's all a mechanical float. As the level in the front pan drops, and I'll override it here. Oh. I had a water drip fall on my screen. There we go. Cleaned it off. Had a water drip fall on my screen and ruined everything. As this front box or the front pan lowers, it pushes down and it automatically lets sap into the front pan. And by doing that, it regulates the front. We got our cheater stick over here. You can see this is almost syrup. It may actually be syrup. It's very close right now. See the glassy bubbles. See how they look a lot different. Oh, that's getting there. That's basically syrup. We just have to test it. And our front pan works very similar to the back pan. It comes in back here. It flows through this divider, this, here, and then back here. And the rear right is where we're pulling off syrup right now. We've got a very, very sweet front pan right now. There's a lot of syrup in there. It's been a while since we've had a solid draw. I'll put this back so I can fire again, and then we'll test. Yep, we've been boiling all day. We started around 10, I think.
Daniel, it glows very bright red. Even when you open it, it's still glowing.
You yelling up to stay away? He hasn't been burned yet. Stay clear of it, right?
And he
So
opens
we're reading 8.5 degrees on our thermometer over here, which, if everything is zeroed properly, means that we're at 220.5. And judging by the glassy bubbles, we're syrup. Get our test cup to keep them warm. Keep the hydrometer warm. And that is well past there. It wasn't a couple minutes ago.
How do you tell?
I'll show you in a second. Over here, you can see that red line. That red line is floating above the liquid, therefore it's syrup.
Okay.
When it pushes above that red line, it's syrup. If it's below, it's not.
Okay.
And of course, you got the old-fashioned test.
That's what my dad used to do. It doesn't fail.
No, this is your scientific way.
I know. That's all syrup? My goodness.
All syrup. That'll be it.
All working out, huh?
So far.
Good.
Right. Now I can touch it.
So just let that filter there? Yeah.
What does that take?
Hour.
Yeah.
goes with this one. Hi, Greg. Will I be selling? Yep, we're selling right now. We've got a table out by the road. I saw you drive by before. You should stop. You're welcome to stop over now. Abby made homemade chocolate chip cookies. She made homemade oatmeal maple something. And we've got chili.
Now the heat feels good. I was cold.
Won't be cold in here. Yeah. The chocolate chip cookies are right here in the building.
Oh,
The oatmeal stuff is inside somewhere.
how about that? Do you have a lamp like Nate and I have?
I mean,
One of these? The bigger one?
I don't think so. I just use that.
Fruit juice.
Yeah, the neighbor brought the bottles to get refilled. He bought somebody else's and like thought it's better. So he dropped the other guy's bottles off so I could refill them.
Fruit juice.
Yeah, the tree juice people, yeah.
Funny. Pretty good name.
It is a good name. Ow, it's hot.
I like your logo, Catskill Morning Maple.
The door's hot.
Oh, man.
Branded the leather.
That's fantastic.
If you can see it or not, it's getting a little dark in here now. Maybe. It branded the leather. No, you can't really see it. Oh, there you kind of can. There you go.
Wow. That's something, all right. Can I have a cookie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kids keep leaving the chairs out. Daniel go.
Probably inside. Yeah. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Had to check on the pumps, pumping the nurse tank up. We're going pretty good. We started with a full nurse tank. We added 140 gallons to it after basically pumping it right down to nothing. There.
I had to get my cup of coffee.
Ah.
You have things well.
Yeah. So I just added 110 to it.
I bet the old steam engines used to blow too.
I bet they did. I had 105. The 505 is 10, 64 is 10, 1.
Pretty good. What's this tank at? What are you looking at?
No, that's.
I had to figure out the gallons.
It's right next to it.
Okay. What do you call those tanks?
IBC fluids.
IBC totes?
Soaps, yep. We've well over 300 gallons so far today.
Wow.
Well, 300, 320 gallons, somewhere in there, without doing exact math.
My goodness. I'm using your Henry cup with the hopes that a rifle goes along with it. Good, good. You happy with it?
Yep, everything worked good.
Good. Go there, buddy boy.
Eating food? What do you eat?
Yeah,
Chips?
that's all.
Where's my chips?
You don't have
Oh, I
that.
don't have any.
You didn't get that.
You look like you're having fun.
Now I'm on the third. Now I'm on the third.
Good night.
And you are not.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Yep.
I know that was some blue fire.
You what?
I know there's some blue fire.
Oh.
little valve is in there?
Where's that, the back?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
You have to keep it clean? You have to clean it or something?
Not really.
No. What about these things? They're bent to trial and error, are they?
They're bent custom for the lift,
Yeah.
or for the float. Yep.
And the water that comes, I mean, the sap that comes in is what temperature here?
About 160, 170.
Pretty up there. If I were to touch that pipe, it would be pretty hot.
I got a hole in my glove.
Oh, that's no good. No, you gotta deal with that right away.
That one doesn't have as bad of a hole. Well, this
There's
one's a little
another
well.
smell I smell in here.
Like what?
Like a stinky poo smell. What is it?
I don't know.
Maybe you've got a dead mouse in here someplace.
No, it wouldn't be that. Oh, it's probably the wood.
Look at wood.
Wood probably stinks.
That's probably what it is. Okay, no, okay.
I don't know. That was a hole too. That wasn't any good.
What wood is that? Pine or something?
Yeah.
That burns up quick.
Yep. There we go. That doesn't have holes burned in it yet. Looking for gloves that don't have holes burned in them. Could be a challenge. Okay, that'll work.
I was looking at a diary of a young man right before the building of the reservoir. And they were doing sap. It talks about sap flowed,
Oh yeah.
all this. It was important to them.
Yep. Oh, it's where they got
He
your
would
sugar
go to
from.
church, document when he went to church, and he also went to a prayer meeting.
Which is where they got their sugar. One of the places they got their sugar. So.
You have a garbage pail in here?
Yeah.
No.
I don't have much room.
I just throw this in the tank and snap. How you doing? You're having fun.
Don't sit on that.
Right all the time close for
Let
following.
me get you a chair and open for you. Here, let me get you a chair. That's it. There we go. How's that?
Getting the red.
That's pretty good? Well, your father-in-law and mother-in-law are looking good.
Yeah.
Seem pretty happy. Daniel and Esther last night. Daniel developed a fever.
Oh, really?
So that got canned.
I was gonna say, I thought this was their weekend. They're usually here.
We never did stop at their house. We got almost all the way to their house and found out he had a fever. So we didn't even go in. Didn't want to be exposed to that.
Not after being sick for a while.
No way. You like that? Yeah, that's delicious, isn't it? It's actually sweet a little bit.
Nana made it.
And red pepper, yeah?
Mhm. Mommy doesn't make her salad separated.
That's great.
Mhm.
No, Mommy does not make her salad separated, does she?
Mhm. That's not the banana.
Keep an eye on him, make sure he doesn't go near it. Right back.
Can you move his chair a little bit?
And it won't.
Lift up your chair just a little bit. Stand up for a minute. There we go. Is that too close there for you? Would you rather be over here? Okay. Just gonna make sure you don't fall into it.
I won't.
It's very hot.
Yeah, I know.
It's very hot.
I haven't even touched it yet.
That's good. You don't want it.
When you open
Believe me,
the
you don't
door,
want it.
I'm not will be like this.
You don't want to touch it, believe me. Huh?
If I touched stuff and I was in that, I
Yeah?
would be burned.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. I let chug wood down.
Huh. You okay? Don't get too full. Yeah, you don't want your mouth too full.
You don't know what that is for? You do know what it's for? The door's blowing a lot more.
Yeah?
Right. But look like it's orange by the thread.
Boom.
You're really startled me.
I scared you.
Startled.
I startled you.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
What are these things down here?
Lids?
Lids?
Yeah, for the old maple buckets.
Oh, yeah. How about that? I think I remember seeing in that little diary where the guy talked about them burning up their syrup in a pan.
Today.
That's what my dad went through.
Yep.
You gotta make sure that the thing doesn't get dry, you know?
Yep.
Rose, but what is it? Rose almost ate all my vegetables.
What?
He was running all towards me all the time.
Oh, Roche ate your vegetables?
No, he didn't.
Oh, tried to?
Yep.
That's touching there, right?
But I ran faster. I'm just walking. He was running.
Just noticed it.
And I beat him.
I don't think it hurt him.
No, it's fine.
He won't eat anything since I don't have anything in my bowl. Right? Right, Daddy?
What?
I know he won't eat it.
Oh, you got nothing in your bowl, so what's she gonna eat?
No?
Nothing?
Of course, just grass.
Yes, yes.
I got a whole pickle is
Oh,
on.
yeah. A whole pickle, huh?
A whole pickle is on
Are you in a pickle?
driveway.
Driveway's in a pickle?
What is this for?
For the tubing.
Putting a hand on it while you hold the tubing?
Yep.
Very interesting. That's a unique, very unique tool. That's the right tool for the job. What you did. Alright, for the thing of you. Very nice. Very. Very simple. Never recruit. You want that for $25?
I don't want to give it to me.
Is it charged with water? That's great.
Go to the one over there. Behind you by the wheelbarrow.
That was
Right here?
over there, yeah, good. Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's nice to have.
Need it.
Yeah. Good
Yep.
for you.
I need it.
Good for you. Where were they filmed?
Here.
Right here. And what are you pressurizing?
Yeah, just water and air compressor.
Wow. Yep. Very nice.
They work good.
You tried them out? Have you tried them out?
Yeah, both of them. I tried both of them before they came in here.
Yeah.
That way I know they work.
I gave you all this.
What?
So now I get another of these.
Oh my.
But I only was allowed to have two.
Uh-huh. There's two, huh?
Now you go get
All you gotta do is press the
You can
lever,
get
they
how
go
many
off.
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
want.
I don't think they got pins in them, do they?
I don't know.
This one doesn't.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah. It'll make a mess, don't pull it.
Mhm.
Charged it. I think I got it charged to about 80 pounds, so it'll
Yeah,
blast off.
yeah. Very nice. I'm getting tired. I think that pretty soon we're gonna go.
Me too.
Mhm.
Got church tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm. So we need to sleep today.
I gotta see, I might ride home with you guys and see.
Oh, sure. Sure.
We'll have to collect
That's fine.
oil again tomorrow.
Yep. Well, I'm gonna walk on in. Thank you for the very nice demonstration. Yeah. I'll stay around. Pop-Up's gonna go inside now, okay? You be good, okay? Continue
Mommy
helping.
gave me more than you can.
Keep helping your dad.
Mhm.
It's warm in here.
Mhm. The door's not blowing.
These are the days I look forward to the shower when So about 5 minutes, we'll try to do a walk around tour again. Try to give the 7 o'clock tour. I'm not sure how much longer we'll go after that. Getting a little tired. We've done a good boil today. We've run for, I think about, how long have we been running? Close to 9 hours, 8.5 hours, something like that. So a pretty good boil, pretty good day today. We burned down a lot of what we had here, which is good. Was hoping to close in on at least the 350, if not the 400 gallon mark. So.
Want more chili, Dad?
No, I think my bowl is inside already. Okay.
You don't want anymore?
Well, if you can bring me a bowl, sure. But I think I brought it inside already, right? Yeah, that's enough.
Okay. I'm done. I'm full. It's so dirty. But it's fine if you burn it. Like,
What?
you can burn the paper.
The bowl we can burn, but we're not going to burn the plastic.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
I put my metal. I'm gonna put this on top of the window with your old dime.
Okay.
That's so you don't forget about it.
Don't forget about it, huh?
Mhm. But Dad, I just gotta flip it over. That's gonna make it not dirty. So I'm just making it shaped like the wood of dead. That's how we can burn the clean part first. That means I just have to eat everything inside. So I can't bring it outside.
You what?
I can't bring anything outside
Oh,
now because I'm gonna burn this.
let's see.
Dad, you can already put this in the fire.
Is that how you put it in?
Yeah,
Oh.
but that, Katie said that spells gay on. Daddy, I'm just going to leave this open just so you can get to it. Just fix it. And the old
All right, had to bring a little firewood in.
Daddy,
We'll do the tour here at 7 o'clock. Let me just stoke the fire, and we'll give a tour explaining
I'm just
everything.
got the
If
ball
you have any questions,
at the top.
comment on the video. They'll come across my screen, and I will do the best I can to answer whatever questions you may have. No, you cannot put the ball in.
I mean, to be capable, not
Oh.
what I said. You thought I said baby. put the bowl in. Because they all sound the same.
Yeah, they all sound the same, huh?
Yeah, almost.
Yeah, but I brought my bowl inside. Okay. All right, I'll give you the tour here. Put it down. Okay. So, we have a liter 2x6 arch. I purchased this brand new from the liter dealer. It was actually for a drop flue, and this is a raised flue system. I don't know if it was a mistake on my end or what happened, but we customized it so that it works for our raised flue. I would argue that we even customized it a little bit better, since we were able to customize it exactly for this particular set of pans. So while theirs is a little bit more generic, we were able to really custom this. It has a 3/4 or 1 inch fiberglass insulation board, which is cut in and glued in to this stainless steel. And then glued to that and mortared with, I think it was refractory cement, I believe, is fire brick all the way on the bottom and both sides. So that is fire brick all the way back to the back of the stack here. It's even fire bricked back here. So the very, very back of the stack, that also has fire brick on it, along with that insulation board, so it works really well. This cast piece here that the smokestack sits on, it is not uncommon to see that registering at 700 or 800 degrees. Actually, let's, fire's not ripping right now, but let's take a look and see what we're at. It says 708 there. If we shoot it in between there, 735. So that cast piece is 700 degrees, which is insane. The stack itself is not going to read well with this infrared or little laser reader because it's reflective. So that won't work well. You'll notice there's some pipes and plumbing and all kinds of good stuff hanging off the side of this. This is a condensation pipe. It goes down. I've got it dripping into my test cup. That is actually clean water. It had a little bit of rinse from one of our pre-filters in there, so the only thing in there is a little bit of sugar sand, but we use that to wash all of our filters. While I'm right here, we've got our Smoky Lake canner, bottler, finisher. We've got syrup in here right now. There's probably, well, I would say there's at least 3 gallons in there right now. Back to the front here. So our cold sap runs in up here along these pipes, and it runs into this preheat hood. This preheat hood is 4 feet long, and it has a series of copper pipes that zigzag back and forth. They zigzag back and forth in that more square section of the preheat hood. The idea behind that is it helps preheat our sap. That way we're running in at, believe it or not, 170 degrees instead of 35 degrees. And that makes an enormous difference. You think about that, that's 135 degrees that we don't have to increase in the actual evaporator. So it's only got to go from that 170 to that 212 or the 214, depending on where everything's boiling that day. So once it comes through the preheat hood, it then runs along the back side here. This pipe here comes down, and right here it tees off so that I can drain if I have to. So we drain here at the end of the night. That way we pull everything through so we don't freeze. But it comes up through the bottom of this pan where that foamy area is right now, and that's where the sap comes in. And it then today is dumping in the front left corner of the back evaporator.
of this back pan. That works across, and it comes out here into our syrup pan, which also has a float. Now, the way these mechanical floats work is as the level in the pan drops, and I'll push down here so you can see, it automatically lets the sap flow in. The front pan is the sweet pan. It's a 2x2 flat pan. It's got 4 dividers in it. Comes in here, works its way through, back through, and by the time it gets over there, it's syrup. Very simple way of putting it. It's a little more complicated than that. And we're getting closer to syrup here. If you look at these bubbles, you can see that they're starting to become a little bit glassy, how they hold on to their bubble a little bit rather than more of a soap bubble. So it's getting close. Probably needs 10 or 15 minutes still, depending on the fire. But that's the basic tour of how this whole thing works. It's a little bit like a big old steam locomotive. There's oftentimes when we feed the fire, there will actually be flame that comes out of the stack. A little bit of a workstation we have, just a bunch of different stuff. And then right in this area is where we do our bottling and our canning. This is our canner. It's got a thermometer on the front, which is very important. We bottle between 185 and 195. Any higher than 195, you will rebuild your niter, that sugar sand. So you want to keep it under that. We usually bring it right to 189 to 191. That's right exactly where we want to be. This is a steam bottler, so this bottom tray here is all water. It's got a propane fired little camp stove type of thing under it. And that's the only gas that we use in here. Everything else is wood fired. So that's the basic tour. I've got to get wood back on the stove. And the phone plugged back in. There we go.
If you have to stand for it,
Yeah.
you have to.
We're gonna put this. Put it outside. Or on the door. Down here. Or down here. Or out for Kinta. Can you? I want it all the way up. It'll be burned right down. No, you be careful.
Get close, huh?
Yeah. Well, we drew off
Let's not go. It's
a bottle of 5 1/4 this morning, a little over 3 this afternoon.
Oh, wow.
Plus whatever's in the thing, that's got stuff in it, this has stuff in it.
Wow.
So now that we're actually going, we're producing more syrup. It takes quite a while to get there, but
Did you put any more sap in, or is this gonna be it for the night?
it's flowing in automatically. There's a whole tank in the back.
Oh, so it's like a warmer, and then it's like
It's
different
it's
stages.
got a big tote in the back that flows in cold till it hits here, then it gets hot. Yep.
But you don't have to stay up late to do it, finish, right, or do you?
Whenever I decide to be done, I just need an hour for cool down.
Oh, okay, yeah, so it's wonderful. So what does that do?
The deep foam where it helps it evaporate better,
Huh.
keeps it from boiling over. It's vegetable oil.
I get the evaporator. I will put
You what?
so much vegetable oil in it.
Like that, it's put on it.
When I'm a grown up, I will put so much vegetable oil.
You'll be able to help when you're bigger, maybe when you're 12, 10.
But I put all the vegetable oil
No,
when
vegetable-
I'm grown
No,
up.
I don't want all this, just a couple drops.
Is that Dad waiting for you?
Yeah, probably.
And that the whole thing would pop open.
Okay, we're gonna head out, yeah.
All right.
In the car already.
We'll see you at church tomorrow.
Nice to see the kiddos. Is Jackson sick? Oh, does he
No.
have a fever or something?
He had a headache this morning.
Yeah, he's acting like he's not feeling well.
He gets headaches.
Yeah. Nathaniel had a fever of 101.5.
Oh.
We were 5 minutes from their house, and Stephen calls and said, I just took his temperature. It was acting a little funny. So we turned around, and they said, you have Esther? We no thanks.
No.
So we have
No, he woke up with a headache this morning.
Yeah.
No.
Hello.
You
Hi.
can have some nice tea in your Foxy, Loxy, and Moxie, and
Yeah,
Moxie.
mine.
That's a nice mug.
Or drop it.
Your brother's down there. Okay, we'll let you go.
All right. See you later.
Nice seeing you.
Yep.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Bye.
So we boiled off about 350 and I don't know, however long it's been. So we're doing okay. Especially considering we had a couple tours and whatnot, which often slows me down. The wheelbarrow.
Yes, I see it. That's a good idea. I'll just take it. No, that was mine. That was mine. Right here. Where? Here. Where would I put my feet? Here. The door's still on a little.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's good.
The door's what?
Be careful, baby.
It's glowing a little. Ah! Hot? No.
As you can see right here, let's see if I look at the camera, right there. The transportation and setup of the system. This system or the transportation outside before we get here? Or when I first bought it, you mean what we did when we went to pick it up and that whole deal.
Dana, did you see my cup? That's good. I know, but I made a nice plate. Look, watch this. No, go. I made a good, I got pizza. I made a good spot. But I got pizza.
Daniel, you need to move. You can't be there. Did you hear me? Can't be there. Okay, don't play with the rocks. Don't play with the rocks.
I'm fine here.
Are you?
I'm fine.
Not too hot.
No, I just have to back up right like this, sideways. Just so feel more comfortable. That's what I say. Then I think it's comfortable.
So I'm just going to start explaining what I think you might have asked. So this system was picked up in Buffalo, New York. It came with an arch, which is where the fire is.
It came with this particular set of pans, the preheat hood. Came with all that stuff. The guy even had some 55-gallon drums that were food grade. I think he had about 40 5-gallon buckets that were from a winery. So he had a pretty nice little setup for himself going. He could just never figure out quite how to get the pans working properly. We figured out why. He was running way too much fluid in the pans. So the key to these pans is to run them somewhere between 1/4 and 1.5 inches above the high part of the flute, which sits down, kind of the top of the finger basically. So you want to run 1/4 inch to 1.5 inches above that. That'll keep you from scorching your pan, but it also gives you the proper evaporation rate. And it's the same with the front pan. You don't want to run it 4 inches deep. I'm gonna have to pull up more syrup here, so lose my train of thought. But you don't want to run it 4 inches deep because you'll lose all your efficiency. These evaporate based off of how much syrup, sap, whatever the case may be, is in these pans. So if you're trying to run it 4 or 5 inches deep rather than 1/4 to 1.5 inches, it's really not going to work the way it was designed to work. And that was the issue he was having. Also, his kids had grown and moved out of the house. So he, and I think, if my memory serves me correct, they were also moving. So it was kind of an end of an era for them. And we went up to Buffalo with friends of ours to go pick these pans up. My buddy was friends with this guy, and he essentially wanted these to go to a family who would do this together, try to keep the syruping alive, as it were. We were doing it on a simple barrel stove at the time, which I gave to my brother. But that was where these pans came from. We drove up early in the morning, we got there, we stayed at their house overnight. Like I said, they were friends from the pickup, yep. So they were friends of our friends, so we stayed there at their house overnight. They very graciously hosted us. They actually went out and got pizza and everything else. It was kind of a nice get together. We had a fun time visiting with everyone up there, and later on the next morning we went out to look at syrup. Is a little past syrup again, as happens quite often. We went out to look at the setup, and he had a little bit like we have here, just a homemade building that was designed originally for something else. And sorry, I'm drawing off at the same time, so that's why my train of thought keeps dying on me. But he had a building that was originally designed for something else. He made it work, and did it with his kids for quite a while. Like I said, I believe, I'm 99% sure it's because they were moving. The kids had moved out, they were all gone. And that's often what happens. So we took my enclosed trailer up. That was a fairly new trailer at the time. It was probably one of its, not its first trip, but it was its first trip out of Ulster County, that's for sure. And that's all we're going to draw from that batch. We had a good draw just now, drew a solid half a gallon. Anyway, so we hooked up to my friend's Dodge, because they had the 4-door, the big cab, and we hauled up there. I think we took 17 part of the way and went through the Finger Lakes, and just had a nice drive with friends, which was great. We were able to stop at different farm stands and Amish stores on the way. So we had a good time, and we got up there, I think a little later than we thought. We got way late at dinner and whatnot, you know. Gotta have dinner, that's important. Anyway, so we did all of that. And we got up there, we saw the pans, yep, we're definitely gonna take them, which we knew we were gonna do anyway. Hey guys. No. Do not do that. Fix it. I do not want that mess in here. So we knew we were gonna take everything anyway, but it was nice to see what all he had, what his setup was. And just looking at his setup, we were able to figure out exactly what was supposedly wrong with the system. There was a few things that we ended up having to buy. The one float was really, really tired. Just wasn't working right at all. We made it work for the first year, but after that first year, we did actually buy a new float because it was just too far gone. We were fiddling with it too much, and it had been patched and patched and patched. And what had happened is, as it continued to get patched more and more, it became heavier and heavier, and wasn't working the way it was designed. So we did that. We did find that in trying to move the arch, the old arch was completely rotted out. Daniel, stop.
I'm ready to go out.
So the old arch was completely rotted out. It had, the mice over the summer like to get in these things, and I closed mine all up so they can't get in. But they like to get in these things, and it was galvanized, and they just absolutely destroyed it. So we bought a new arch. I went to our friends up to Shaver Hill there in Harpersfield, New York. They're a leader dealer, and that's where this arch came from. So I brought it back. You need to have a certain temperature to be able to do the insulation board and the brick. So basically what I did is I took a big piece of plywood and I covered the arch. The pans were sitting somewhere else. And I covered the arch, and there's a sugar right on the side there. There we go. And I put a light bulb inside, a couple light bulbs. And that was just enough to keep it warm so the cement would cure. So we did that over the course of a couple weeks, put it all together, and then we set the pans on the arch itself. And that was where we started to find problems. The pans were not too bad. They had a lot of dents and things in them. We were able to kind of gently hammer some of those out. The preheat hood was the real problem. It had water in it, or sap potentially in it, and it was never drained properly, or whatever way it was stored. It never, it just never drained right. So the elbows that run through that, the copper elbows, almost every single one of them was broken. So we had to dismantle the entire hood and called a rescue call from my brother, who's a lot better at sweat soldering than I am. And he came in and helped us with that. But that took about a day to get that all fixed and figured out. And of course that was when we were hoping to be boiling, but we were able to get all that fixed and worked out. I think I actually have one of those fittings, and I saved one just because, kind of to remind me how much of a pain it was to do everything. So here we've got, you can actually see the light through it. They were all frozen and popped like that and cracked like that. So we had to replace all of them, which is really hard in what's basically a welded situation there without having to, we took some of it apart. We didn't want to have to take every single fitting apart. So it was a little difficult, but we got it. We got it all set up, fired it up for the first time, found that some of the gaskets for the floats didn't seat right, which is also quite common. That actually happens even year to year. Can you give me some firewood? No, not that. Phillips wheelbarrow. Thank you. You too. So year to year, the gaskets will go bad. We have to put new gaskets in them. I actually have a spare for both floats hanging right here on the wall. That way, if halfway through the season we have an issue, I can, pop the float off, put the gasket back in, and I'm good to go. We'd have to basically stop the evaporation to do that because it is boiling hot stuff running through there. So that was the setup. When you're setting these up, the arch needs to be perfectly level, side to side and front to back. When I say perfectly, I mean really as perfect as you can get it, because if you're a half an inch off, you have to figure if we're running basically a quarter to an inch and a half of sap in that back pan, if you're a quarter inch off, then we might be okay on the sight glass side, but we might be scorching our pan on the other side. So every year before I fire, I recheck the level. We actually did really good with this. I built basically this foundation underneath this, and this is just a gravel area, but I was clearing part of our property and I took a whole bunch of big boulders, and the area that we're standing now originally was a 3-foot dip. So I put all those boulders, all that big rubble, anything down to about the size of this water bottle in, and then I did I think I did a number 3 crushed stone, which is somewhere in that range. Hey, shh. So I brought that in, leveled that out, compacted all that. Then I did a number 2 crush, did the whole thing in that, and then we brought in item 4, compacted it, plate tamper, all that. And then the arch itself is sitting on concrete block. So that's all level, sitting on concrete block. The back has just an iron pipe that comes up, 2 of them, with an adjustable nut on it, and that's how you level it front to back. But I was able to get it really, really level without doing any tweaks. So the setup itself of the arch, getting it level, I actually did it by myself if I remember right. And all the brickwork I did myself too, Jackson helped. But I found out that for the brick, a jigsaw worked really, really well to cut the insulation board. Hey guys, Katie and Daniel. Ooh, I gotta get in here. I need more firewood. Can you get more firewood for me? So that was kind of the setup aspect of it. It was very, like I said, very time consuming to get it level and to really do that right. And I got to tell you, I was so tempted to just say, you know what, forget it, it's close enough. and now looking back, I'm very, very happy that I took the time to really do it right, because now it's in its, I think it's its 3rd full year here. Oh, that's hot. And I have not had to touch or adjust this arch at all. So getting it set up, if you're going to set one up, I mean, it goes with anything. If you're going to build a house, you want your foundation to be good. If you're going to set one of these arches up, make sure from the ground up you're as flat and as level as possible, because it's just going to make your life so much easier later. So the arch all goes together. We did all that. We did the insulation board. We did the brick. I found some diagrams online that explained it better than the directions that came with it. So I did that. And then there is what's called a rail gasket. This white right here is either a 1/2 inch or 1 inch rail gasket. Depends on what you have. I think what we did with this was I did 1/2 inch all the way across, and then I doubled it for the front 2-inch section, or the front 2x2 section of pan. The way all the levels worked and everything, the front pan liked to be on a 1 inch and the back liked to be on the 1/2 inch. So you gotta have the rail gasket. That gets replaced every year. We pull these pans off every year. When I'm done boiling, what's up? No, you can't sit in the wheelbarrow, it's dirty. Can you get me more wood? So when we're done boiling for the year, we pull whatever sweet syrup off the front. Sometimes I'll pull some off the back and finish a boil inside. And then what I do is fill these pans, because right now we're right about this level inside here with the sap that's boiling. I'll bring it up to about here with water and vinegar, and we'll let it soak for a couple weeks with water and vinegar. It eats you're gonna go inside? Okay. It eats every little bit of, where's Jackson? Probably inside.
No, I mean Jackson.
Then I don't know. So if you fill it up to here, put vinegar in it, it eats every bit of that niter, that sugar sand, all that buildup. Even up in here, these higher areas will get foam in these pans once in a while. That'll build up, you'll have a little bit of sugar build up in there. And soaking it with vinegar gets rid of all that. It is by far one of the best cleaners that I have found for these pans. Just pure, straight vinegar. And I buy the concentrate because it's a lot easier to buy 4 gallons of concentrate and mix it with water from the garden hose than it is to dump 20 gallons of vinegar in here. So that's the way I do that. To fill these pans at the beginning of the year with sap takes 25 to 30 gallons to fill the pans. So if we're filling it up to here, we're running, I think it takes about 60 to 65, maybe 55 to 60 gallons to bring it all the way up to here so we can soak them. So that was the original setup, kind of how we clean at the end of the year. We break it down, we clean it all, we pressure wash it all. The hoods get pressure washed. The pans sit with vinegar, and then we clean them all just before we're ready to use them again. So every day I got a warm day leading up to our first boil. We'll do a cleaning day, and we'll get everything all cleaned up. So I think that would kind of answer the question that you had asked about how it all works. Just for the record, electrical tape holds up halfway well with heat. I burned a hole through my gloves earlier and figured, I didn't want to open a brand new set today. So, as long as you don't put it in the fire, that's okay. I'm not entirely sure when we're going to break it down tonight. It's 7:30 now. We started somewhere around 10:20. We've been going 9 hours. It's been a successful boil. I think I figured out we've done over 350 gallons so far today. So we're a lot closer today to 40 gallons an hour than we were a couple days ago when we did the boil last, as long as I did my math right at least. And that's sometimes questionable. Just adding a drip of defoam to the back pan, the front pan. Trying to stay up on that today. We got a fairly significant amount of syrup in the bottler here. The nice thing with that bottler is I can let it sit. It doesn't hurt it to let it sit overnight. I can heat it up tomorrow when I'm ready to bottle again. As long as I'm not trying to keep batches separate. Excuse me, batches separate. We did some separate ones earlier because we had some real light stuff that sells for a little more money. So we did a couple small batches like that. I'm eating one of Abby's cookies now. Lots of wood? Okay.
I don't organize it.
What?
I just want to organize it.
Oh.
That you
I'm going to burn it all in a minute.
can't all. You can't hold it all in one hand. Okay?
Well.
You're gonna take a little bit,
Uh-huh.
but not all of it.
You're crazy. looks like we started the stream about 9 hours and 20 minutes ago. We started boiling, I think, probably 2 or 3 minutes into the stream. We didn't really get up to temperature for a while. I was using, on the days that is less than ideal as far as us boiling, the boiling temperatures, I try to use less than premium wood. Hi.
Where is it? Do you know where Jackson's is? No? Okay.
I think his is in the back, Daniel. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, here, bring this one in. This one might be his, bud.
Any cardboard cups in?
Did I make a mess? Yeah. Bless you. Here, bring Jackson's in. Thank you. You're welcome.
Whoa, got
It is an interesting operation.
Where did she go?
Why don't you throw it outside?
I didn't do it to buy.
Or went out there anyway? Well, we're taking off. But thank
Okay.
you for everything and,
Yeah. Sorry I didn't spend any time inside.
well, we've been watching it, so you've sort of been in there.
As soon as Abby said nobody was coming over for dinner, I said, oh good, I'm gonna run late then.
Well,
Then everybody showed up for dinner.
right. That's
It's not gonna work, bud. You're just gonna carry it in with 2 hands, okay?
okay.
There you go.
I'll
One
see
side.
you later, buddy. Okay?
Cheer up.
See you later.
See you later, drive safe. You should have come up here today. Abby made homemade chocolate chip cookies, homemade chili, homemade maple oatmeal something or other cookies, which were delicious. You see me walking around, I keep eating cookies. I can't help it. Call me the Cookie Monster, right? I'm gonna go bring our little display and the table in, so I'll be back and forth a little bit. Since it's nice and dark, nobody's gonna stop now. It was outside in the rain because we had a table out by the road, but that's what our cinnamon syrup looked like. That was actually from last year, so it should have a nice, real good cinnamon flavor. But that's what the cinnamon syrup looked like. We'll be doing some of that again. I believe someone had asked for a quart, so I guess we'll do a couple quarts that way as well. I don't have a laminator, so I did the next best thing. It was raining today, and I wanted something out by the road, so we did our little about us, and we did our maple pricing in a Ziploc bag. Actually worked really well. Dogs have decided to sound the alarm if there's an intruder. Of course, the intruder happens to just be me making noise over by the garage. Alright, we're still boiling pretty good. The door is, even with the not great firewood, the door has still got a slight red hue to it. We're still boiling off. So we'll take what we can get. Everything looks good. I got my roadside display picked up because we're certainly done with that now for today. Now anybody who stops by knows us. It's not going to be a random person stopping, looking to buy syrup. Got about 140 in the nurse tank. If my math is correct, we started with 510. So it looks like we boiled off about 370 gallons so far. And yeah, 370 gallons. And we've been going for about 9.5 hours, 9 hours and 20 minutes, somewhere in there. So that's actually a pretty good evaporation rate considering the rain and the various interruptions I had. So I'd have to do the math, but that's got to be in the 37 an hour range, something like that, which is, I'm happy with that. Like I said, that's with basically losing the boil once or twice because I was doing filter changes and canning stuff. Woo! Hey! The finger on my glove burned through now. Look at that. That hurt. Guess it's time for a new glove. I wonder if I can stretch it for the rest of the night. As long as I remember not to use that finger to close the door, I should be okay. She put you to work today, huh? That's good. You need to do that once in a while. Basically, I'd like to push 400 gallons today through if I can. Like I said, I got 175 in the tank in the back of the truck still. Whatever ran in the woods today is still out there. Other than our back hill, I did pump that about an hour and a half ago up into the nurse tank. That way I was basically as full as I could get other than the truck tank. So tomorrow I think the plan is going to be to take the UTV back into the woods, collect the buckets right away, come back, empty the tank, go back out, and collect as much as I can pump into it again. It seems pretty comfortable with 125 gallons in it. Much more than that, it gets a little cranky. I have one in here. I brought one out here. We got a nice little blue folder. See? I don't know if you can see it's blue. We did handouts. I forget who did this. I think it might have been Cornell or somebody like along those lines. Maple syrup, a healthy native foods. So I got a whole handout that we're able to give anybody who shows up. It talks about maple syrup, how it's made. Just a lot of funny different things. Did you know maple syrup has the same calcium content as whole milk? So how about that? Next time somebody gives you a hard time about eating maple syrup, tell them it's got the same calcium content as whole milk. Now, I would not recommend drinking a cup of maple syrup, but it does have the same calcium content. Maple syrup's got a lot of neat stuff in it. It says it's got vitamins B2, B5, B6, niacin, biotin, and folic acid are all present in maple syrup. and it even contains trace amounts of amino acids. It's got calcium, potassium, manganese, magnesium, phosphorus, and iron in it. And it only has 50 calories per tablespoon, unlike corn syrup, which has 60. So I printed some of these off. I put them out here. That way, if we have any visitors, I could show that to them. It was kind of a gee whiz information, basically. But gee whiz information is fun sometimes, you know? We had one of my customers here with her kids, or her husband and her kids, I should say, were here. We gave them the grand tour. I sent each one of the kids home with one of those little, I would call it a nip bottle, basically, but it's a little 3.5-ounce plastic bottle of maple syrup that we actually boiled off today, went through the canner filter, and then I hot bottled it. So they got that today, which was, hopefully was kind of special for them. They seem to enjoy it. It's a little technical for the younger kids, but once they hit that 8 to 10 range, they really seem to enjoy it. The younger kids would much rather go out into the woods and tap a tree and drink the sap out of the spile. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. I enjoy doing that, and I'm closing in on 40, so a little bit foam in the front, another 2 drips. So that's a little 4-ounce bottle, I think it is, of defoamer. Interestingly enough, we've used half of that bottle in 3 years. So it's just a drip will do you, basically. A little bit like ghost pepper. Just a drip. The difference is ghost pepper is not a nice day the day after. Gloves and burn sleeves, yeah. I tried the best gloves. I tried Hearth gloves. I tried Lincoln welding gloves. I've tried everything. And structural firefighting gloves. I've tried all of them. The best glove that I found for running this is a Harbor Freight welding glove. They're cheap. They don't have a lot of insulation. They are still made with leather, but they get hot quick, but they cool off quick. So when you're only touching it for the handle here, the horn that sticks out, when you're only grabbing that for a half a second, it doesn't have time to actually burn through. It's just the repeated and constantly tends to wear through after a bit. Actually, I did put electric tape on this other one. I should put a little electric tape on the other finger there. Let me go grab some of that. A little bit of Scotch Super electric tape here. Fix a couple holes. Fix a couple holes in the gloves. Yeah, you'll see I got it on there, but I melted through here, so I just got to be careful with that. But at least this holds the finger together, because my finger started popping through, and you don't want that on a 1,000-degree door. But basically, if I can keep the finger from the skin from contacting the door, then we're doing okay. So I do have another pair of gloves. Problem is I only have one more pair, and I'd like to keep them to start tomorrow's boil with. That way I'm starting with a fresh pair. It'll give me another 3 boils out of them, let's say. So got to make it to get another set of the Harbor Freight gloves. I do have Lincoln, so I do have a good set of gloves here. The problem is with the insulation that's in those, they heat up and then they don't cool back down. So they do protect you, which is great. The problem is they get hot and they don't cool back down. And that's the problem with the structural firefighting gloves. With these types of gloves that I'm wearing right now, you know you're touching hot stuff, so you don't hold on to it for a second or two. You hold on to it for a quarter of a second or a half of a second. With the better gloves, it insulates you longer, which is great. The problem is when it insulates you longer, you don't realize that you're really starting to burn through. And when you start to burn through, by the time you realize that, ow, wow, my hand's starting to hurt, you can't get those gloves off fast enough. So I had cooked my hands pretty good last year, the year before. I think it was Andrew actually brought a pair of cheap Harbor Freight gloves to leave here because he was doing this with me feeding the fire, and he says, "Oh, I'm just gonna bring a cheap pair," and he threw them in here. And I tell you what, they lasted pretty good. You know, 3 days, 30 hours. Basically, we boil 10-hour boils usually. So 30 hours, touching this door every couple minutes, throwing wood in. That's pretty good. You can't beat that for whatever they are, $10 set of gloves. The sad thing is, like I said, they protect our hands, and in this instance, better than a $100 pair of structural firefighting gloves. So that was interesting to me because, you know, we'll use those gloves, and it was kind of, you know, I figured, hey, they're gonna work great. Well, yeah, they didn't work great. I think the idea is, really, by the time you're in a bad enough situation where your hands start burning with those gloves, you're in a lot worse situation than just your hands get burned. So, anyway, my thoughts on that. I'm out of water again. Hey, if the TV's on inside, I'm out of water. We'll see. If somebody shows up in a couple minutes, then we'll know it's on inside. So what I was doing last year is I'd start to boil around noon, something like that. Andrew would end up showing up whenever the end of his workday happened to be that day. Sometimes 3, sometimes 5. And then he'd take over feeding the fire, and I'd be able to run the drawing off, the filtering, cleaning stuff, bottling, all those types of things. But he's been on a job that he hasn't been able to get away from right now, and he's not available. So hopefully we're going to do a couple boils this coming week, I would imagine, especially with the way the weather looks. We should have another good run probably tomorrow, maybe in the Monday. So we're going to be boiling again maybe Monday, Tuesday, or Tuesday, Wednesday. We're definitely boiling tomorrow. We should be able to pretty much finish off everything that's sitting, waiting to be boiled. We should be able to finish all that off tomorrow. That's kind of why I'm pushing a little later tonight than I had originally planned. As soon as I found out that there, at the time, wasn't plans for dinner, I basically made plans to stay out here until 9 o'clock tonight or 8 o'clock tonight, something like that. That way I could run through as much as possible, because we've got church tomorrow morning, and theoretically I won't be able to get back here to really start boiling until 3 or 4 in the afternoon, because I'll have to come back, head back out, collect everything, and then come back in. So we won't be able to get out for a while. So I wanted to make sure, really wanted to make sure that I could boil whatever's left tomorrow. That way everything for this next run is fresh and ready to go. That was kind of the goal. Let's see. Still cause circulation, yes. Yeah, they're not on long enough to worry about that. Got a couple more jars up top, but I don't think I'm gonna can anymore tonight, so I'm gonna pull these guys down. So they're gonna be up there anymore. Yeah, I don't believe I'm gonna can anymore tonight. Just syrup in the bottle is sitting at about 100 degrees. It's going to takes about an hour for that to actually come up to temperature when you do it nice and slow. I don't think I want to do that tonight. Interestingly enough, I'm starting to get a little tired. So we've got 4 people viewing right now. I'm happy to do another tour around. We were trying to do them on the half hour and the full hour. If you'd like another tour around, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep the camera where it is. And I'm working on kind of cleaning up and wrapping things up a little bit. I'm going to be going a little bit longer, but just trying to get things going. Save myself some cleanup time later since it's Saturday night. Again, happy to do a guided guided tour here of our little sugar shack or operation. Let me know if you'd like that. Otherwise, I'm going to just kind of keep going. I think some of the people watching right now have already had the tour, either in person or more recently. Woo! There we go. Trying to peek outside a little bit, see if I got any flames that's rolling out of the stack, but I don't see anything. Sometimes when you open the door, they roll right out. So if you can't tell, it takes a certain amount of love of this process to be willing to do it. It's incredibly labor intensive, from tapping the trees, running the lines, collecting the sap, and then of course cutting, splitting, stacking, moving all the firewood. Owen was a big help this year. Some of the days we weren't doing other stuff, he actually helped us by splitting some of the firewood. Some of the days over the early spring or the late fall, we didn't have a lot of other projects going on, we did that. So I realized earlier one of the totes of wood that I burned was actually from the job that the tractor hood got dented on. So that was kind of funny. Kind of a sad day there, but these things happen when you're in business. In, let's see, about 12 minutes, we'll have been boiling for 10 hours straight. And I'm going to sit down for a minute. It's the first time all day that I have sat down in the sugar house. And I started my day around 5:30 this morning, so I'm getting tired. So we are going to be boiling again tomorrow. We're not going to do a live stream of it. My brother's coming over, and I think my cousin's going to be here, maybe another friend or two. So we're not going to do a live stream because we'll be chatting and, you know, just generally having fun. So it'll be much less informative and much more of just, you know, watching whatever commotion happens. We will put our sign out by the road that says we're boiling, and we'll have a little table set up. And if we don't have the table set up but the sign is out, you're definitely welcome to stop in the Sugar Shack, get a little tour. Very happy to give a tour as long as we're boiling. And there's always served for sale. There's a bunch in the house, and I've got a little bit out here in the shack itself as we bottle. But we've been transporting it in the house and bringing it down in the basement. That stays a little cooler, which is good. We've been trying to figure out a way to set up a fire, a little bit like we did with our stream thing, our stream video there. And I would like to set one up with a fire in a fireplace and just have the crackling of the fire video for a couple hours. So we're trying to figure that out. Trying to figure out a good spot where I can get a waterfall video and just a couple other videos that are nice for some noise when you're trying to sleep. We did hit our 1,000 subscriber mark. I believe that happened at the end of January or the first week of February. We were about 50 shy, and all of a sudden we just blew past it. And that was a couple of the shorts really drove that. We're at about 1,060 right now. So theoretically, we're getting pretty close to actually making a couple dollars a month off YouTube, which will be nice. I believe the final hurdle is actual watch time. They want to see 4,000 hours of watch time over a 365-day period. So we're only about 14 months into really doing the channel here. I think our first video, the first real video of when we started doing things on the channel was that tree job. There might have been a couple more before that, but that was the first one, and that was where that tractor hood took a pretty good dent. But we've done some videos on our stump grinder, chipper that goes behind the tractor. I've done 2 chainsaw comparison videos so far. We've got a couple more to do. I've got to compare the Husky 562 against the Steel 362, and that's what I'm looking forward to doing. Just haven't had a chance to just sit down and do those. Also working on, and it's going to take me quite a while to do it, but I'm also working on basically a how-to guide for maple syrup, start to finish, how to do the whole thing. So it's going to be, I'm not sure if we're going to do it in one video, 2, 3, 4, whatever the case may be, but it's going to be start to finish everything. From walking out in the woods, looking at how we set up our lines, how we would tap a tree with just a bucket, how we tap trees with lines, our collection setup, our collection system, the pumps that we use, how to use a main line, the saddles that we have on the main line, which hook the smaller lines off to that main line, because we've got 5/16 run from tree to tree, tap to tap, And then we have 3/4 main line, which runs down, I believe, five places. We've got that set up, something like that. So I'm working on a video compiling all of that, all the way down to filling the pan for the first time, sweetening the pan, the boil itself, how we filter, and then finally how we bottle. The only thing that's going to be missing from that video is how to make waffles. And if you like the video that much, please come to my house and make me waffles. I would really appreciate that. And I think Abby would appreciate the break as well. So we are working on that video. That was suggested by a viewer that we do a video like that. He said, it'd be really helpful for people who are just starting out to see the full process start to finish. And he's right. When we started with the mainline system that we're using, I spent a lot of time looking on YouTube and I could not find an informative video on how to hook the saddle in, anything about gravity feed, anything like that. So we're trying to put something together that will basically fill that void. That's kind of our goal with that video, whether it be a video series or whether it be just one long hour and a half video. So, yeah, I'm getting tired. I'm sitting again. Woo. So these evaporators are wonderful. They make a huge difference. Maybe I should switch this phone location a little bit so you can actually see me if you want to. Let's see here. Trying, but I don't think I'm gaining too much. How about that? Oh, now you can kind of see me at least. Yeah, there we are. Okay. I'm over here. Hi. So, I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, these evaporators are awesome. They work great. I went from a homemade barrel stove, 55-gallon drum. I got one of those, build-a-stove kits. It had a 6-inch smokestack off the back. I found smokestack from the dump. I got angle iron from the dump. I welded brackets on. I actually cut areas of the barrel out. I set the pans down in them a little bit more. So I did a lot of modifications over the couple years. It was a lot of fun when we had the barrel stove. I had a lot of fun with it. I actually had it in a little room in the back of the garage. Actually now what is our small engine room is where I originally had the evaporator set up. And again, it was a little barrel stove, homemade, stainless steel chafing pans. I had a little pre-warmer set up. And I was able to boil 5 or 6 gallons an hour off of that, which is pretty good for, a home evaporator system. If you've got 40 gallons and you can average 5 gallons an hour in 8 hours, you can theoretically make a gallon of syrup, which is cool. It depends on the trees that you've got, but that's all theoretical. And I was happy with that. We made, I don't know, our first year we probably made 2 or 3 gallons, and then we kept going from there. And then, I don't remember if this came to us at the end of 20 or the end of 21. Let's see. So we used it 22, 23, 24. So it might have come to us in the end of 21. Either way, it's been here for definitely 3 years, potentially 4. The problem with a setup this big is for me to even begin to think about boiling, we need 30 gallons to load the thing, and then we got to have a real good amount in the nurse tank before we really fire up. Before our first draw off this front pan, we've got 175 to 200 gallons boiled before the first amount of syrup comes off. So, extremely efficient, and that doesn't get wasted. At the end of the year, we kind of flush it through. The whole front pan gets drained off. It goes in the finisher. A lot of the times I'll even take some of the back pan, depending on what the sugar content is, in the back pan. We'll take some of that inside, we'll finish it inside, just to get as much syrup as we can out of this. Oh, you're here. You didn't hear me on the TV? Saying, can you bring water out? So that's the problem with this, is really to be able to efficiently run a 2x6, you got to be somewhere in the 100 tap range before you can even consider buying one. There's a lot of places out there that make a smaller evaporator. I think Glenn and his dad have an 18 by 52 or an 18 by 54 or something like that. And that's good for the, I think, the 50 to 100 range, they say. You can do more than that, you're just going to boil a lot. So this particular arch setup without a reverse osmosis, they say it can handle up to 300 taps. I think something like that, 300, maybe 400. We're pushing 318 right now, and next year hopefully we're going to be a lot closer to 400. Depends on how things go property-wise. We're always looking for more areas to tap close to us, especially if there's a nice hill and if we can leave lines up year-round. Or if there's a good cluster of big trees that we can do with buckets. I'm willing to do that as well, as long as it's within a couple miles of the house. I burned through. Yeah, but if I open different ones tonight, then they're not going to be fresh tomorrow. What did James say?
Don't forget to get the footage of the purchase of the tractor with cab that we'll store at my house. Just saying, LOL.
The tractor with the cab? Oh. Well, as soon as Massey Ferguson decides they want to partner with us, so if anybody out there is watching and has a hookup with Massey Ferguson and says, hey, you should partner with Elmendorf Acres, I would love that. If we can get a partnership with Massey and I get a tractor with a cab, then I guarantee you something will be at your house. It might not be the tractor with the cab, but it'll be something. Or, you know, Polaris, we could use a UTV, Polaris, Bobcat, whoever out there. You know, we're very, very happy to accept donations here. That's for sure. Yeah, we'll do a whole bunch of videos on it. We'll mention it all the time. You want to donate something that big. And it doesn't even have to be a full donation. You know, I'm willing to pay a couple thousand if I have to. I'm pretty sure Ford should sponsor us here at some point. We've got 4 of their trucks in our driveway.
That'd be nice.
It would be nice. Maybe SnowX, we get SnowX sponsors, you know. Yeah, my gloves are always smoking whenever I touch the door. Yeah, it's fun. Go. Yeah, Michael put it on. Yeah, I did his first thing this morning, or second, no, I did his first thing this afternoon.
His syrup or sacrifice is all boiled down.
Oh, good.
I just put the last of it in.
That's good. Put it outside tonight.
Using one kind of like a preheat pan. Dump into the other.
Keep getting rid of my water inside. I needed it for a while.
There you go.
Dry. Welcome to the Sugar House. We'll do a tour at 8:30 around the Sugar House. If anybody's just joining us and you would like that, let me know. I'm happy to do it. I've done quite a few of them already today, so I'm getting a little tired. But I'm happy to do that if you would like, especially if you're just joining us. Otherwise, I'm just going to continue to feed the fire and chat a little bit. Just whatever happens to come to mind. Fun time of year for us here. Huh?
There's still cookies in here.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Right.
But I can help.
I know.
Dad had a couple, the kids had a couple. I ate less than I thought then, if there's still not many left. Whew. Yeah, if only. Oh, look at the water run out of that wood. That is not the best wood. Oh well. It's still boiling, still evaporating. Thank you.
You don't have a fireside chat?
I was doing like 15 minutes ago. I said, I'm going to set the chair up. It's the first time I sat down all day since 5 o'clock this morning.
Yeah. Come sit.
Huh?
So come sit.
I was. You took my spot.
Oh, I didn't. Sat down next to it.
So we're going to do a boys' night here tomorrow. Nathan's going to be here. My cousin John's going to be here. What? Oh yeah, Bradley might stop. You're welcome to come up. I thought this stuff was dry, but I wonder if this has got mixed up a little bit. Some of this is pretty wet. Oh well. Shove it in, it's hot enough.
Last thing I know, that's done.
Huh?
Just the bad.
Oh, good. The baths are all done. I was just saying we're going to be stopping the boil here pretty soon. This clock's been running for 607 minutes, which means we've been boiling for 605 or 10 hours and 5 minutes, I believe, if I do my math correctly. And we have 100 and, where is the line? We've got 115 gallons in the nurse tank, which means we've done 395 gallons or about 39.25 gallons an hour. Ish.
Quite the thing to say.
Huh?
Quite the thing to say.
Ish. Ah. Hello. I'm tired. You didn't take my spot because I was sitting right about here in the camera.
But you're sitting on the chair.
Oh, how was it? Woo. Oh, did he not have the camera? I might have. I don't know. Nice. So these are the oatmeal something or others. They're maple something or others.
Yeah.
Chewy maple cookies. Aha. With coconut in them. Yep. Not a lot, just a little bit. It doesn't taste like it has coconut, it tastes like coconut oil. Oh. No? Coconut? Good.
I feel like it tastes like it has oatmeal in it.
So I'm basically gonna run this wheelbarrow load down and then probably call it a night. Since it's 8:30, that'll put me inside around 10 after the shower. So I feel like we made good time today. Considering it was a rainy day, the wood was getting wet. We did bottling 2 separate times, which usually causes me to lose the efficiency on the boil. We did a guided tour, in-person guided tour for what, half hour, 40 minutes? Something like that. They were here, so we did that, which I somewhat stayed up on the boil, but not perfectly. And then I had a filter issue where I had to swap out filters last minute, and that really took some time. I almost lost the full boil at that point. So I think if those couple factors, just specifically the boiling factors, had been a little bit better, we would have pushed 40 gallons an hour, maybe a touch more, which is really great.
Pretty impressive for a rainy day.
Yeah, for a rainy day especially, that's good. I think really cleaning the pan this morning helped a lot. Got that burned off niter. It wasn't burned, but ow, that's hot. Got that niter that was sitting in there all cleaned off. But Abby's shaking her head at my taped gloves. Huh? Oh, fix the camera? Oh, not like that. That's barely holding it. There we go. Oh, and the tube was messed up in here for a while too.
Did you fix that?
Yep.
Ow.
Ask me how many times I got burned today.
A large number.
Quite a few.
How did you fix that?
Quite a few, huh?
Other than with your wife not in the room, how did you fix
With my
that?
wife not in the room, I got a long piece of copper pipe and I stuck it in there and jockeyed it around as stuff was flying around.
Self 30 or 40 times.
Yeah, I definitely burned myself. But I fixed it.
Well, that's good. It's better you to have, don't feel that not fixed. James said something.
Huh? How's Jonathan doing? He's doing all right. He's doing all right. You're welcome to come up tomorrow. I can text you if you want. I don't know what time it'll be, but it'll be after church because I'm going to have to come home from church, go out and collect. So it'll be after that. Whew. Well, before we're done, we'll have cooked off over 400. What did I say? It was 390, 395?
I think so.
Yeah. We're probably at 400 now, actually. Coconut's bad, he says. He says coconut is bad. I don't actually like coconut that much, and those are pretty good.
You insult my cooking, you're not gonna get to eat it,
Oh, wow, yeah, that's tough. Don't want that to happen. Of course, you'd have to come over for lunch for that to happen.
Well, that's true.
The kids are not doing their job. They left drips of maple syrup over here on the one lid. Very unusual.
Your mom is meeting up with,
Huh?
I guess your mom is meeting up with Shelly and Rena and people.
Tomorrow?
Yeah. lobster.
Oh,
You invited Katie. Tell Katie. That's your pleasure.
well, that's gonna be interesting. I'll have to do. I mean, I was gonna ride home with them. That way I can get back here by early. They go collect. Because I gotta do 2 collection runs.
They're going up here.
Oh, so they're coming here first? Oh, yes, that'll be fine. I got a lot of sweet in this front pan right now, but I'm not sure if we're gonna get another draw tonight or not. This wood's not quite hot enough to push it out the way it's supposed to. And I'm not really pushing it like crazy either, so. The reason I taped it is because this wore all the way through out to here. My finger popped through. Not just fabric, the actual finger popped through. And I found it before I burned it, but
That's good.
so that's why we taped the gloves. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the other ones. Like one of, I think that was Andrew's spare pair or something. Yeah. I don't know why he was so full of soot. He found a way to get into it somehow.
Had sleepy time tea after a shower. Ate something, but we didn't really eat much dinner. We had some chili.
Still got a headache.
And I gave him some of that magnesium.
He just needs to sleep.
Yeah, I know.
As much as anything else, he needs to sleep.
Yeah. That's why I figured I'd have to go first.
Yep.
You know, I didn't look at it before everybody.
So I've got very sweet in 1, 2, 3.5 bays. So it's due for a draw at some point here. I just don't know when. Like I said, the wood's not pushing it the way it usually would. I could. The wood's not pushing it the way it usually would. I'm getting tired.
I think so.
I do have a brand new pair for tomorrow. Plus I have my original set of Lincolns, which I was using.
Probably better than the ones we're using now.
They're in much better shape than the ones I'm using now. The problem is they get too hot. So we're gonna burn a little bit of our stash wood here just to try to get us a draw off if we can. I do have a little bit of cedar if I need it, but I'm trying to save it. Try to clean up some of the stuff that the kids dropped. Oh, not the camera. There we are. James says he likes your cooking, just not coconut.
So extra coconut next time you come over.
how much more the backhill ran. Didn't run great today. We did get some, it just didn't run great.
Isn't that a good thing?
Huh?
Isn't that a good thing? Hold off the phone.
Well, it should have thawed today. It's just, I don't know.
The weather's difficult this year.
Sound different.
What do you mean? Good different or bad different? Well,
Is that different?
not happy about the wood that I put in it. Doesn't really love it. Woo.
I didn't go to a bathroom, so we walked
Cool. Oh. Good for him.
I stopped. I started again. Well, good thing we're draining that water.
So we gotta do a quart mason jar for James with cinnamon in it.
Okay. We're doing that tonight.
No. I'm not bottling anything tonight. I'm whooped. Be lucky if I finish filtering stuff tonight. I can't see the file. But interestingly enough, if I stop right now, this filter is completely gone through. I don't have to do anything else with it. I don't have to wait for it to filter through, so I might decide to not do another draw tonight, because that's filtered through. That might be wise, actually. Yeah, I know it's close, but. Yep, we're gonna be done feeding it. Only the tiniest little bit of syrup. Got my cup. Good. Yep. Yep, that's the one. Nice clean syrup, and I just dumped a bunch of food in it. Huh? Well, yeah, because it's the last of the pre-filter, so. There. We're gonna start breaking it down. I've gone for over 10 hours. I'm tired. Sometimes you gotta know to quit when you're ahead. What are you doing? You know the problem with being in the sugar house here is that people come in and sample your product, and it's not good. Abby keeps eating it. We're not going to have any left. Huh? Oh, not yet. I want to put all together. There. So I was going to do another draw because it's really close. It's borderline syrup actually, but the problem is then it takes a half an hour to run through the filter. And then I got another half an hour after that before I could really start doing cleanup. So it kind of made sense to say, you know what,
It's closing in on 9 o'clock. It's 8:43. What are you laughing at? It's 8:43. It's time to stop. So that's what we're doing. We're stopping. This? Get it? Oh, it's probably pretty hot still. Oh, the filters, yeah, they're cool right now. We'll dump it in here still. That'll have to filter through. Yeah. Yep. Okay. We got one more cup here. I got a little bit of syrup left in that cup. So I keep a coffee cup out here and I put it under the bottling spout because there's always little drips that get missed. And you lose about an ounce of syrup when you do it all day. And then I just dump a little bit of the filter in there too. So that's not bad. We're going to do a little cheat here. You know, you can't see it, but we're going to do a little cheat here. The filter's going to go in the back pan for a minute. The big filter. It's just going to boil a little bit of that sweet off. Because there's a lot of syrup in that. This one hasn't been filtered through too many times. Just a couple gallons maybe. Hot, but try to recuperate a little bit of that syrup by dipping it in there. I don't know if it works, but that's just gonna hurt. Oh, yeah, grab his glove. Good idea. I think the wife is here. They have this one. This one's the same one. There we go. All right. Got this in there. There we go. Back in there. Of course, I managed to drop the filter in the back pan, or the back pan. So that was cool. Yeah, hot way. All right, I'm gonna dump one of these in the bucket here outside, and we're gonna start washing this filter system out. This is our third boil of the year. 2 of the 3 days we have boiled in rain. Much less than ideal, but we made it work. Yeah, it's still hot. This big filter, the heavy Orlon filter, they can do wool filters too, we're using Orlon now. The wool smelled a little funky after it got wet, so didn't really like that. Switched to the Orlon. Turn it inside out and dump hot water straight in the filter itself. And that blasts all the niter back out. We're going to try to blast it through. Woo! Yeah.
No.
Huh?
Sugar.
What?
Doesn't start it.
Well, probably is. We're letting it boil down at this point, so it'll just be sugar quick whenever we boil again. That's all. Oh yeah, that's pretty much syrup. That's all right. Let it do its thing. There you go. Can you hold that for a minute while I dump this one? Yeah, so this is, the front pan decided while I was doing everything else and cleaning up filters that it wanted to go to syrup. No insane surprise there. Kind of seems the way it is. We can let it go. Won't hurt anything. We'll just end up putting a little extra sap in it next time. Oh yeah, that's pure syrup at this point. Oh well. That's how it works sometimes. Yeah. So this morning when I started, it took me a long time to get my first draw. I think it took about an hour and a half. And it looks like tomorrow it'll be shortly after it's really up to temperature. Again, we're just letting it boil down now. I'm not putting any more wood on it. Letting it sit and be happy, basically. What I can do is I'm going to add some sap to the front pan just so it dilutes itself down to where it needs to be. There we go. Hey, blasting the sugar out. Look at that. Woo! All kinds of syrup in there right now. Almost makes me want to hook the filters back up. I got 3 bays of syrup in here, so that's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. But it's cooling down now. It's going to take a little bit for that to actually happen, but we are in the cool down phase. So. Oh yeah, it's syrup. I'm just adding a little extra sap to the front here. Just to kind of move some things along. Oh yeah, it's solidly syrup. But so goes it. So I just did the drip test with the spoon, or with the stick, and it's
there.
going to be honey when it dries. I did that with the kids' syrup. I let it get a little too far, but almost turned into honey. There it did, actually. Yeah, it came out really thick. They don't care. They love it. Syrup. All right. I'm going to dump the draw-off tank. It looks like we've got, there's every bit of 2 gallons in this draw-off tank, which is good. Oh, that's it. Oh. Yep. Yeah, we're in a medium now. We got a nice amber syrup. Looks like beer. Yeah, a little bit. How's the syrup taste?
Yeah, tastes good.
Tastes good.
Back pan's slowing down the boil. Front pan's still going pretty good. Lots of syrup. Got a lot more. Huh? Makes sense. Didn't want to make the syrup this morning. I think I need to go over just to knock this down a little bit. Sounds like it's bothering itself. Yeah, just to give it a little bit. There we go. Oh yeah, this stuff's good stuff here.
Oh, good.
It's all good stuff. What's in this front pan right now is good. Good stuff. Not just good stuff, good stuff. We just dumped everything that was in the draw pan in the Smoky Lake bottler. That will be tomorrow's project. I'm tired, I'm done, this is cooling down. Sap is still flowing in. So we're still evaporating. We'll probably evaporate another 5 gallons before we're done. And then it evaporates another 5 or 10 after that. So this is sitting at 100 gallons on the nose. That means we've done 410 gallons. Huh?
So 13.
Nice. For a pretty good solid day here. This is way past syrup. It just keeps climbing, which is cool. I'm actually gonna, I think, put the stick in here and just give it a little mixy, just to try to change things up a little bit. Actually, what I can do, you know what I can do? We're just dumping a little, yeah, I'm dumping a little bit of sap in from the front pan. I can do that from the boiler valve on the other side, and that'll change everything pretty quickly. Yep, knocks it right down, dilutes it all. Did exactly what we needed it to do. So
It's still ready.
it's still ready. It's still syrup, but helped us a little bit. Yeah, we don't want a whole pan of sugar in the morning. Sure. Lots of syrup in that front pan. Oh! Woo!
Signing off, guys. Have a great night. You too, James.
Have a good night.
How much longer do you think we'll be out here?
We're cleaned up. I just gotta wait for it to stop boiling. I was waiting and waiting for that front pan to go to syrup, and I finally did after we're cleaned up.
Yep.
Yeah. Looks like it's still boiling pretty good, if you ask me.
It's still going.
Yeah. I'm tired.
There is an absolute enormous amount in that bottle right now.
Yeah.
That's the second bucket in there, not the third. There's gotta be 5 gallons in there, if not more. Because I did a dump in there when I had to do the filter change, and I dumped straight in there from here, because I was in the middle of the filter change. That's why the filter did it, and then I just dumped in there more, so. We got a lot of syrup bottle tomorrow. Yeah. We're not gonna do a live stream tomorrow. I mean, I might if I'm here alone for the first little bit, but. Yeah, that's where we lose them, actually. At one point today, we had a dozen.
Yeah.
I think so. I think it was up to 10 or 12. We were at 6, 7, and 8 for quite a while. I'll have to look at the numbers as soon as I stop it.
Mom and Dad were watching for the shit stealing a kid to come from the freezer. It's like, here, you can have Joshua. You can figure him out. I'm a kid. I heard you had maple something in here, so I want it.
Oh, the candies? Oh.
Yeah. I don't like baking today. Sorry,
I think if it had been a nice Saturday, there would have been people stopping.
Wonder how it's,
Oh, Bantus? I don't know. Right, that gets hot there. By the time I realized it, it's burning the steel toe.
Oh, those are good things.
No.
That's good.
If they were, they wouldn't be anymore.
That's what I thought.
I need to remember to clean the flutes tomorrow before we start. The flues and the pans, that's what that hook thing is for, to run the brush down them. That helps that helps everything. I mean, it hasn't seemed to really bother it right now, but
Right.
it pulls some of the ash off. Huh? It's underneath. You put it to the ash side.
Oh, I don't know.
I gotta look at that. I gotta see if I can just drop a cotter pin through it, if that would hold it. Because it's not like we change anything when it's hot. I wonder if I can drop a cotter pin through it. Well, I should actually take dimensions of it and see if Nathan can make a pipe for me. Because it can be copper.
Right.
Doesn't matter. I just pull it out when we're doing the vinegar. Just wash it regularly.
Yeah.
Yeah, even if not, though, it's gonna make it super shiny. Oh.
Yeah, pretty strong like that.
Yeah. Clean that front pan up nice. There's one little spot in the back corner that still has some in, but it's amazing how it eats it. And I didn't even do anything crazy. I did, maybe 2 or 3 cups of it and diluted it.
Yeah.
Just enough to try to get some of it off.
Right. I need to shower tonight.
You wanna go and take a shower then, and I'll be in a little bit? Huh?
That works.
Yeah, that's fine. Cause then I'll finish up. I'm just gonna keep an eye on it for a little longer, make sure we don't lose anything. Yeah, I don't know what all needs to come inside.
It's at 7 now.
Still?
7.5.
Wow. Wow.
Well, it's not rolling the oil now, so it's not gonna burn anything.
Well, I know that, but you don't want it.
No, I tend to fill the pan anyway.
Yeah. You wanna take a shower?
Alright. See you in a little bit. Woo, syrup, syrup, syrup. We are gonna have a good draw tomorrow. Can't wait. Alright, I'm gonna bring some of this stuff inside. Whatever I need is inside. That way I don't have to bring as much stuff inside, I should say.
just winding things down for the day. I think all our viewers are offline at this point anyway, but I just figured I'd let you know what was going on. We've got a really, really sweet front pan right now. And I'm not saying that like, ooh, it's a sweet front pan. It's actually incredibly sweet right now. There is a lot of syrup all the way across this pan. I could have done one more draw, but we were basically cleaning stuff up, so. Winding things up, cleaning things up, looking at the pumps, how much we got left in the tank. We got about 95 left in the tank. So we did absolutely spectacular. We boiled off 405 gallons, which, interestingly enough, I think 405 gallons is one of our days last year was 405, and that was one of our higher days. Let's see. Oh yeah, we did a 430, a 405, a 490, that was our long day, 490. We ran all day until midnight, I think, that time. So yeah. Whew, I'm tired. Long day here, folks. Long day. Long day making syrup. But I love it. For me, it's one of the more enjoyable hobbies out there. It's definitely a year-round hobby. We cut this firewood, I look at the trees, I plan the lines, we do all kinds of stuff. So it's a whole lot of work for just a couple weeks worth of boiling, but we make it work. Oh, I'm tired. One thing that I've learned is I always put a 5-gallon bucket underneath the draw-off tank or the finisher, just in case. Just in case a valve fails. That way at least 5 gallons of syrup is safe. So I always do that. Excuse me. There we go. With
5-gallon bucket just fits, by the way. Just barely. Woo! There's these there. Bubble Town raffle. We'll go back in the van. Still raining out. Can't get away from this rain today. We started in the rain, we ended in the rain. Thursday, we started in the rain, we ended in the rain. Then on Wednesday, it wasn't raining when we started, and we ended in the rain. So it's raining an awful lot. Can't get away from it. Ugh. Got gloves here, electrical tape, find this stuff. Oh, it actually filtered all the way through. That's cool. Really nice, actually. We've got probably close to five gallons in that canner bottler here. I don't remember how much it holds, but we got a good amount in there. Tomorrow we'll be boiling after church. So we'll be back out here again. Gonna have my brother and my cousin over. I think the girls are gonna hang out in the house. The guys are gonna hang out in the sap house. And we're gonna just have a good old-fashioned time, hopefully. That's the idea. This is an important tradition in our family. Something that many of us, I'm the oldest of the crew, so I remember it probably the most, doing it with my grandfather. But all of us, the younger generation, remember and love doing this with our grandfather over the years. And we're gonna have my brother, my cousin, you know, maybe somebody else, we'll see, over to hang out and just be able to enjoy the time spent together with each other, kind of remembering a little bit of, you know, what it used to be like with Grandpa around. That was important for us. So, what I was doing just now, I was just adding some extra sap to the front pan. It's going to mess with the float a little bit, but that's okay. It's the end of the day, so we're okay with that. Just in case you were wondering what I was doing, that's what we were doing. There we go. The front pan's flooded. It's got the extra 5 gallons of the Oh No bucket in it. That's an important bucket. Always want to have our O&O bucket hanging around. I keep a 5-gallon bucket. I guess I forgot to mention that. I keep a 5-gallon bucket of sap kicking around in the sap house because sometimes floats go bad. Sometimes you get a vapor lock. All kinds of things can happen. And when things like that happen, it's good to have a bucket of sap sitting so we can throw it on something or in something. It happened one time. It was last year. I wasn't paying attention, and all of a sudden, all of a sudden I looked over at the sight glass and went, "Oh no! It's way lower than it's supposed to be." Boom. 5 gallons went in it. I was able to rectify the problem, and off I went as a happy camper. So. We're doing good here. This is going to continue to steam off. This will actually steam off for like 4 more hours. This gets incredibly hot. That fire brick holds the heat for an awful long time. So. I think that we are wrapped up for the day. Just got to put a couple things away here, cleaning up a little bit. I like to try to leave this more clean than not. I do always turn my sap off at the tank and in between because I don't want there to be a valve failure and flood this system out. So we usually turn the boiler valves off. Not usually. I always turn the boiler valves off in between the 2 tanks. A little bit of seepage is not a big deal, but I don't want, a gallon or 2 seeping through. So I turn those off. We turn off the preheat hood. If it's going to be cold, I drain it through. It is not going to be cold, so I'm not going to bother draining it through. I'm not really too worried about that. Actually, you know what? We will drain it through. I don't want the stuff sitting in the pipe overnight, so we're going to do that, I guess. Turn off the valve here. There we go, outside. Turn that puppy off. Open this. Usually what I do is just kind of pull it through. It doesn't hold a whole lot. Maybe a gallon and a half, something like that. Just enough to keep anything from flooding, basically, what we're going for. No need to keep these pipes with sap in them. Just don't need that. So that's just seeping through now. I close this top. That has worked through the way it needs to. I close the bottom, same thing. Go. I can close the one in the middle. Woo. That's it, folks. We are closed down for the night. We started around 10 this morning. My day started around 5:30 this morning, but we started our boil around 20 after 10, something like that. We just look at the tank here. Now that we've flooded it through, we are down at 95 gallons still, which is probably 92, but 95 is close enough. So that's what we're down to. We started with 510. So 95 gallons out of the 510, I guess that's what, 415, something like that? Does that sound right? I don't know. I'm tired, my math's off, who knows. But that's all for today, folks. Thank you for watching Elmendorf Acres. We love what we do here. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, leave a comment, share with your friends, share with your family. This is one of my passions, and if you can't tell that, I don't know what to tell you. But I love maple syrup. I love everything about it. It's an enormous amount of work. I keep saying that, but I really do love maple syrup. So that's all for tonight, folks. Thanks for watching Elmendorf Acres. Please like, subscribe, and share.